World's most epic pirate music mix.
Hello? Hello?
I can hear you, Al.
So how do you stop that?
Okay, so there's a guy in chat called Rhythm. You're just gonna mute him. Yeah, by default, Rhythm comes in super loud too. But even if you drop it to like 1%, some of the songs are stupid loud.
Yeah.
Only one of my groups uses Rhythm for game music though. I use Roll20 for game music normally.
Hello?
Yo. So everybody, this is potential player 6 and potential player 6. This is everybody. So we've been trying to fill the dark arts teacher position here at Hogwarts for a while now. We'll see how that goes. So I'm trying to make the zoo of tokens for this new character. I think this pirate game is secretly just a Pokemon trainers game, but it's okay.
Could be.
Yeah, got a lot of Pokemons.
And I already have 2. I just need 4 more, right? No, I have
Yeah.
3. If we count the little girl. Unless that
I
goes
think
out of
I think the little girl's probably not your Pokemon. So. All right, let's see, and this thing.
Okay, I had to mute the bot. It was really loud.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I tried to get it to play a shorter song, but then it just like put it in a queue.
Oh, look at that. We're at time.
Sorry, could someone check the stream and see if it's too loud?
Forever.
I think the new battery is messing with my computer.
Oh yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
Man, at least you have a battery. My Mac was so dead that like when I turned it on, like plugging the headphones killed it again.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if the same issues are going to happen with this battery. And I want to test it, but we're about to start the game.
Yeah, I mean, your life shouldn't be in peril this week. I don't think. It depends, though. You guys tried to negotiate with an old man and almost died, so I guess anything's possible in the world.
Well, no, hold on. We still have the Kraken to go ram.
Oh, that's true. I thought we left off with you guys successfully escaping from the Kraken, unless you're planning to turn the boat around.
No, we escaped.
We escaped.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that's what
No, they turned away to build up speed so they could come back and ram it.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta build speed.
Okay, we'll spend the second half of tonight making new characters. It's cool. All right, so let's pick these guys up. Always fun.
I'm kidding, everyone. I wouldn't do that to you guys.
All right, let's see.
Unless I didn't get my own room.
1 million familiars for your Pokemon trainer. At least you're not a druid.
What?
At least you're not a druid. That's
True.
all I gotta
1 million.
say.
Also, it's 3, and also one of them is for some reason under the Wormwood Mutiny section.
Oh, you might have overwritten an existing monster when you did that.
Well, I
let's
did a
see.
create new thing, so
Yeah.
oops. I guess.
All right. Which one is in the wrong section?
The pseudo dragon.
Yeah.
Wormwood
That's-
Mutiny, Wormwood Mutant Monsters and NPCs.
Hmm. What is the character sheet name?
Ginty Pseudo Dragon.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. Let me try to get on that. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. So while I finish setting this up, does anybody for DM Inspiration want to, in character, sum up what happened last week?
Absolutely. I was stuck in a
Oh
prison
wait.
cell.
They don't know about all that
Boom.
yet. They don't know about
Done.
all that yet. Oh, spoilers. For anybody else that wants to do it, is there anybody else? Nobody? Anybody? No? Okay.
I'm outside. I don't really want to do it. You just hear cars passing by.
Okay.
I would like to though, but I'm outside.
All right. I think if everybody was there / watched the game recap, you probably know. So we could perhaps go with that. Let's see. All right. In that case, I'll get these other forms set up as needed, sort of thing. Let us move back to the Sea Ghost, and you guys can kind of tell me what's going on from there. How does that sound? So according to the clock, we ended at 5 a.m. with you guys fleeing from this here Kraken. If I'm remembering correctly. So let me clear all
Are
those
we
guys out of here.
are we gonna say we got away? It's all good.
Yeah, I thought that's what we had left
I
off
sure
with
hope
last
so.
week. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah,
That's
last
fine.
week we
I'm okay with it.
Okay. All right. So, let me put on some background music while you guys decide what your next move is going to be. Alrighty. So, yeah, you guys tell me. You still have a ship to explore. You also have a ship that you've essentially, I don't want to say stolen, but technically the owner of the ship is still alive and well.
Commandeered.
To recap her situation, you took quote unquote all her stuff except her underpants and tied her to the mast. Is that correct?
No, that's correct.
Okay. So one thing that we didn't cover last week is that when you stripped her down to her underpants, it was revealed that she had a great number of tattoos. So like a suicide girl, let's be real here, old school
Nice.
suicide girl quantity of tattoos.
Good reference.
They were concealed for the most part beneath her armor. Most of them are exceptional in their quality. Some of them incorporate the patches of scales that as a Yuan-Ti she has on different parts of her body, and sort of blend between the scales and the more human-like flesh. Now, something that is interesting is she has what looks like pieces of a map that are tattooed on her body, and the pieces are not connected, but anybody with a pretty decent passive investigation score could kind of see that the pieces could be connected.
I just call over on alert. On alert. Check this out. You're a nerd.
What's that?
She got pieces of a map tattooed on her.
Is this like on her back, or do they look like I could copy them in any way?
Yeah, I mean they are of exceptional work. These particular tattoos. So there are a lot of great tattoos that she has, but these in particular seem to be not just well, but they are stylized, but within that stylization, there is a definite accuracy to them.
You want me to just snip them off with my claws? Snip, snip.
What? You
That
can't
might
do
kill
that.
her.
That'll skin her.
Uh,
I could just memorize them.
I mean,
I'm gonna
Cat
start.
never said anything about skinning people.
Well, I'm gonna start like trying to draw them out on a piece of paper, and then maybe
Mhm.
because you said they were like a puzzle, right? I would have to put them together later.
Correct.
I could just do each individual part, and then I'll figure out the puzzle later.
All right.
Now we're familiar with. Would I be familiar with like wizards? Like they tattoo their spells on their body.
Yes. So in the shackles, because spell books and water don't usually mix, and getting a spell book that is waterproof and weatherproof and all that jazz is pretty expensive. And also because 5th edition is extremely liberal in how you can record your spells. Most of the wizrobes in the shackles take their best spells and actually tattoo them into their bodies so that they always have those spells available to them. So you looking at it though, on Alora, you don't see any runes that would indicate that she has actual spells tattooed on herself. Though some of the runes do seem to be of a magical bent, like an abjuration type nature, but you realize that they are granting her defensive boons and are magical in nature.
Do these maps look like anything that I've seen before? Do they look like the Shackles, or is it like a really
It's
focused map?
tricky because of the stylization of the maps. You don't immediately in your mind like overlay them with the map of the Shackles. So
Okay.
if it is in fact related to a location here in the Shackles, it's going to take some work to sort of puzzle out what it means.
Is there like an X anywhere or anything that stands out? Like, hey, you want to check this spot?
Yeah. So, do you speak Abyssal or have the ability to read Abyssal?
I believe I do not.
Okay.
I do.
I do not.
Technically.
But I
With
could
the
point out whatever language it is and just see if anyone knows. Because Diadario knows every language, so.
I don't know if you can read them, but you can at least speak them.
All right, so the tattoos depict the outlines of several small islands. A stylized half sun sits to the right of the islands, while simple images of a monstrous eye and the face of an aged, bearded king are to the left. And then beneath the map are 5 lines of crude verse, and they are written in Abyssal. So, do you have Diadario kind of translate them, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the skull on your belt, Claximus, the eyes light up with their orange lights, and they sort of look over at the woman's tattoos, and then a voice kind of rises up from the skull and says, "Oh, Abyssal, okay. It's a little shady. You want me to just read Abyssal aloud here in the middle of the ship and hope for the best?"
Well, like, does it count if you say it in common?
Well, I mean, I'm no wizrobe, but trapped words and summoning spells, they kind of do what they do.
How about you
I mean,
translate?
I'm down for whatever, boss.
How about
So,
you give me a rough translation,
hmm,
like not the full translation?
okay. Gosh, you want me to swap words out so I'm not saying the exact words?
Yeah.
It'll make even less sense. I think it's a riddle.
Okay. Oh, you know what? How you just you read it and then you let us know when we get not at water.
Okay, I'll hold on to it then.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. So, where are you guys sailing to exactly now that you have left the Kraken's teeth? The children that you rescued do insist that there were other prisoners on the ship.
I think the slaver ship, they're getting boarded. They would at least try to hide their their booty, so they couldn't be caught.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I believe that they're still on the ship. I believe them that they're still on the ship. Just
We could always ask the captain of the ship to tell us.
Well,
mean,
we
that's
kind of
true.
checked. We went through the entire ship. We got all these chests here that we could open. We couldn't find whoever it was that they hid, but I believe we could probably
Right,
do a
which is
more
why
thorough search once we get back to the port.
we
But
could also
is
just
she?
ask her right now while we're sailing.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, you
like
guys,
You're gonna
you
wake
guys
her up?
knocked her out.
It's like an endless stream.
Yeah, you guys would
Yeah.
have to.
I don't think we should wake her up because if she's a wizard, like even without her spells, she can still cast.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
I don't
either
think you should wake
find
her
them
up.
maybe while we're still out here alive, or get back to port and they might already be dead because we didn't look, or take all
Look,
options.
I mean,
We
why
did
would they
look,
kill-
but
why
we
would they
couldn't
kill their
find
product?
them.
That
why
makes
would
sense.
you kill the slave?
They want-
Because we just took over their ship.
Who would be down
you
there to
still
kill
wanna-
the
You still want
slaves?
to kill your product.
Yeah,
You would if you don't want to go, like, if you don't want to be taken, and neither do you think.
But you're already taken.
Like, what if we are right? What if they think we're a rival? They would obviously kill the product so we don't get it.
Then they would just become the product.
look, man. I say we
I
just
think-
hold off till we get back to port, and we could like literally strip the ship down if we have to.
Yeah, I
we're-
mean, by ship, you're only about what 3 to 6 hours out, depending on your sailing checks. So, yeah.
Yeah, why don't we just make our way to port so that we could hand her over to Bentbeak, and then we'll get more people to search the ship so that we don't get
Okay.
attacked by anything out at sea again.
Okay,
But
that's the plan.
Sounds good.
Yeah, if we're gonna go now, then we should probably get everyone working.
Yep.
All right, so you mobilize what crew you have, put them in the positions you think will be best. Who is going to be on the key positions of navigator, lookout, and pilot?
Fafnir is already at the wheel.
Okay.
What's your vehicle check? What's your water vehicle modifier?
Navigation is +3, and water vehicles is +2 right now.
So I have a +6 to water vehicles, but I have a +2 to navigation tools. So it might be better if we switch.
Fafnir is okay with that. Fafnir will be navigator.
Lift can look out if no one else wants to.
I can assist you. I'm trained in it.
Cool.
All right. So go ahead and give me a perception check, a navigation check, and a piloting check to see just generally how quickly you can get this thing back to shore. Are you flying the Sea Ghost colors, or are you flying no colors?
no.
or-
Whoa.
What?
You got
what?
too close to your mic there.
Oh, I did. Oh, sorry
Yeah.
about that.
I would say we take it down.
I was gonna fly our colors.
Do you have an extra flag for?
Probably.
Could I
probably
just
not, but
put an image on the flag? Just change it to ours
Just paint over it.
with magic. No, I have a magical tinkering ability. I just put an
Right.
image.
Oh,
I've done this with
Okay,
the
so
flag before on Claximus's
All right, so
cape.
you're gonna All right, so you're gonna overlay a new image on the existing flag.
Yes, the
Okay.
one of the bumbling bosom.
All right, so this flag right here will be replaced with the Bumbling Bosoms colors,
Yes.
which would be, let's see. Yeah, everybody's seen the Bumbling Bosoms colors before.
Not our new friend.
Everybody except for me.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I can't believe I don't have a.
Isn't it on?
Bumbling
It's
Bosom.
on the map that we're on.
Yeah, there you go. It's all squished. There we go.
Noise.
Yeah, I should really get you guys a handout for this thing. There you go.
Ooh, thanks for the help, Claximus. I see everything.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna make good time today. As if you assuming your other checks are good, because lift, yeah, you see any and all obstacles that might get in your way, any outlying reefs of sharp rock that might be near the Kraken's teeth, because the Kraken's teeth, of course, being spires of stone jutting up from the ocean's floor, they do attract a certain amount of coral and other sort of buildup and detritus that could have torn the bottom out from underneath your ship, even if you were what you thought was a safe distance from the rocks themselves. So very useful in that front. So let's go ahead and get the navigation tools. All right, and let's get the piloting check, which would be water vehicles.
Oops, wrong one, sir.
All right, and as of today, the heat wave that you guys have been dealing with finally breaks, and so as the sun begins to rise, you're looking at a moderate temperature today. The high is only going to be about 85, so that would be 29 degrees Celsius if you're, from Canada. So it's actually colder than normal. So you went from like an extreme heat wave of like 115-degree temperatures to having things just sort of cool down. So after 3 or 4 days of just horrible heat and humidity, a strong wind has sort of blown in, and it is cooling the area off, which is pretty nice.
If you've lived in my area, you just recently
Captain.
experienced.
Yeah, for real.
A storm is coming, Captain.
Storm?
Now, don't forget, Lift, with Druidcraft, you could technically ask me what the weather's going to be for the next 3 days or something, and I technically have to tell you.
I
So.
can feel it in my scales.
Ooh,
All
I
right,
did
well,
forget.
Do you want to know the weather for the next 3 days, or are you good?
I would like the weather forecast, and hopefully you're better than
All right.
what I get online.
Yeah, so enjoy today's cool weather while you can, because tomorrow it's going to be very hot again. Back up to 99 degrees, which would be 37 degrees Canadian, with barely any wind. So that's going to be a rough day to be out and about on the water. So just kind of keep that in mind. And let's see. The day after that, going to be a little stormy the day after that. So high of 90, aka 32 Canadian, and you're going to be looking at severe winds picking up, possibly up to 40 or more miles an hour. That would be 69 or more kilometers for Canada. So yeah, that's
I will
next
let
day.
everyone know.
And then the day after that, that wind will cause the temps to cool down just a wee bit. So you're looking at like 87, aka 30 Canadian, and then the winds will still be strong, but not like destructively or disruptively so. So 3 days from now, you'll have moderate weather with strong winds. It might be a great day to try to sail a distance, because you could use that wind to your advantage. So there you go, Druidcraft doing shit.
Good Druidcraft.
Yeah, don't feel like Druidcraft is a terrible cantrip, because we use weather, and you could make a flower grow. Way better than Eldritch Blast. All right.
I mean,
So
weather's important for us.
Oh yeah, in a pirate game, absolutely.
Yeah.
Not so much in Mad Mage, I'm noticing. All right. So, yeah, the water vehicles check was pretty bad. Navigators, did you guys have 2 trained people on that, or is that with disadvantage? Or sorry, is that just regular?
You go with Fafnir's.
Okay, that's just regular. Okay. Fortunately, the coast is within sight. So as your navigator tries to essentially turn you guys completely the wrong ass direction, and head towards like the Cheliax Empire, where you will of course be shot down in the water and taken as slaves in the infernal empire. Lift, you realize that the ship is going off course because you can no longer see the coastline of Firegrass Island. You shout down, you get everybody back on track. Overall, the vehicles for water is barely passable by the standards of a Pathfinder converted game. You limp along today. Very slow progress. It takes you the full 6 hours to get back to town. So you arrive back at town around 11:30 noon. Just middle of the day is when you guys would arrive back at Firegrass Island. So a very slow, arduous journey. So I'll throw you up on the Goatshead map for a bit while you get that settled, keeping in mind that you do have this ship and your current ship is also waiting. So you're bringing this new ship into town. What is the plan here with this new ship?
So
Which
with
dock do you want to use? The market docks or the south docks? Like, how do you want to proceed here?
we want to take it next to our other ship, probably, if there's a place open. So I believe we
Okay.
went to the south docks.
All right, so you guys are going to try to head to the south docks, see if there is an opening. All right. There is one opening left in the docks here. So they are probably going to try to get their money's worth out of you if you try to dock here. So
Can we see who is there? Who is standing there?
yeah, it is that same old person, kind of the portly, I believe it was a portly Earth Ganassi Portmaster.
Valorian?
Was the Valorian? Let me check.
Last time it was a plump, prim Valorian with chubby cheeks, with a
Gotcha.
Earth Ganassi 8-year-old.
There you go. Okay, yes. So the Earth Ganassi 8-year-old is there, as well as the chubby-cheeked Valorian. So you have dealt with them before, and they were impressed with the money that you dropped last time. So they will have expectations this time that will sort of meet those same, hopefully, meet or exceed their previous bounty, as it were.
All right. As we approach, I'd like to pull the captain aside. Captain? All right.
Yep.
So, in my notes, as I take out my journal, last time we gave them 7 gold per day for our ship, and we're paying them 2 gold per HP to fix the ship. I don't think we need to fix this ship, right? We're gonna try to sell it off.
I think our plan is to try to sell it and make public bosom a little bit,
Okay. Well, we
Salvage.
might want to ask someone to
Take their bullets.
to kind of like give us an estimate of how much we could make from selling the ship, and if we need to fix it up or anything. But just remember we paid 7 gold for our first ship, and we also spent like 1,000 gold in plunder last time as soon as we came into dock. So that's up to you if that's something we want to do again.
So a I always forget, when you spend a plunder, it only lasts a day, right? Or is it more than?
So
Yeah, the plunder lasts
Yeah.
through the day as you essentially like big money style. Like
Like your tavern, throwing it
like
at like.
yeah, you just throw gold at everybody and you just big baller and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I don't
And currently, how much plunder are we?
well, with
Well, you
all
got
the
3
plunder,
plunder on this ship.
yeah, with all the plunder we got
Yeah.
from the ship itself and the plunder that we have before, we've got probably about 7.5 worth of plunder.
Yeah. So I'd say fuck it. Let's go. Like we roll in with our dicks out. You know.
Well, I mean, you could, but
Well,
you know,
the same idea. You know, roll in with your tits out.
uh-huh,
You know.
uh-huh.
Now keep in mind, like we prematurely increased your guys' infamy to represent what was happening, give you time to level up and that kind of
Yeah.
thing. So you are going to have to commit to a day of letting this sort of transpire.
Yeah, so
yeah,
I guess we'll go ahead and spend that 1 plunder as a way to
okay.
to show that we are telling everyone of our exploits, perhaps.
Okay. Yeah. So when he sees you and you immediately kind of brandish all that sweet money, this is the eagerly awaited sequel that he was hoping for. And his face just beaming with joy from the money that you were gonna bring to the situation. He doesn't ask where you got the ship from or anything like that. He just asks like how long it will be in port. Do you need it cleaned? Like what can we do for you? He's extremely accommodating to your wealth.
So first thing I want to ask is there like a shipwright or someone who I mean what would a person be named who sells ships? Like what's the name for that? Like a shipwright builds a ship or repairs a ship, but I don't know what you would call a person who sells a ship. Like a ship salesman.
Captain, do we
Like a
sell the
boat,
ship
like a boat trader.
or do we cannibalize it to make the bosom better?
That's the question. Like, would it be better to just sell it? Like, that's why I want to talk to somebody. I prefer to talk to a shipwright first, and then see
Okay.
like if that's possible.
All right. Yeah, a person that sells ships is a ship broker.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So you want
The
to
more you know.
Yeah, you want to track down a ship broker.
I wanted to track down a shipwright first
Okay.
because I want to see if it would be better to scrap the ship and then build onto the bumbling bosom, or if it would be just generally easier and more cost effective to sell off the ship and then buy parts to upgrade the bumbling bosom.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So all of those are things that you could hire someone to come and kind of give you an appraisal of. I would recommend maybe giving the ship a once over before you do, or do you just want to kind of bring
I would
some
like to take. I would like. Yeah, I would prefer if we looked it over first.
like
Kind of like
now that you are in a literal safe harbor, do you want to try to like work over the ship a little bit and get better feel for it?
yeah, like
Yeah.
I want to like have a group look like through the ship, try to look for any like smuggling, like like because I remember when we got the bumbling bosom, there was like at Rickety Squibs, they were like, hey, you could get like a smuggling compartment.
Gotcha. Okay. So why don't we do that real quick? So I'll bring you back over to the Sea Ghost, and you guys can without as much pressure and scariness, sort of make your way around the ship and figure out your next move. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'll bring you back over to the ship. And I was going to throw up like some dock stuff, but I think we'll be okay without it. So here, I'll just throw up for like a background image, kind of give you an idea that, you guys are at some docks. There we go. I think we also have like handout for it. So yeah, here you go. So that would be the wrong one. There you go. So yeah, you guys are back at Goatshead. These are the colors of Goatshead, and Firegrass Island, and you guys are going to begin exploring the ship. This time, without the pressure of "Are we being attacked?" and all that jazz. So, what will you do first? What is the plan here as you comb over the ship? Are you
All
just are
right.
you just going to are you going to essentially Pathfinder style like take 20 on this and basically spend like the whole afternoon like knocking on panels and just looking for secret compartments and tearing things apart if you need to try to get at areas that you think might be concealed, or do you want to deck by deck with a full team try to check this thing out?
Should we just fast forward it? Because we already
Yeah.
kind of went to each room
Yeah, I mean, again,
individually.
yeah, you're in a safe harbor and you are not under any sort of stress or duress. You have your allies here. You have the tavern nearby for food and drink. You can sort of, at your leisure, sort of move through the ship and explore it a little bit better. And we'll just assume that knowing that there's something that you missed, you're going to kind of take that extra time to really search and double check for it. So why don't one of you give me an investigation with advantage, and that will sort of reflect how long it takes for you guys to finally get this figured out.
So I should probably do that.
There you go.
No
Okay.
guidance, but 24.
All right. Right. Because an extended check, you can't benefit from guidance. So 24. Yeah, couple of hours in, um, barely at the second hour, you do find um, down towards, let's see. Yeah, okay. So two floors down, the floor of the ship where they were storing a lot of cargo and things like that, where they had the room with the hammocks and the basically the crew quarters and all that, where you guys had seen the two different officers' quarters. Um, One had a chest that you took with you. Both of them had like hanging lanterns and whatnot. Actually, both of them had chests, and both of them had hanging. One of them had a hanging lantern. That is where you find two hidden compartments. So let me queue up some information on that and what you found in those hidden compartments. Mhm. Alrighty. That would be, yeah. And let me move your minis down there to give you a better idea of what where these were at. Um, let's see, put you guys all together.
Where we at?
I'm gonna move you down below so you can sort of take a peek at what was going on down there.
All right.
Who am I missing? I got Fafnir, Bubbles, Claximus, Analora,
Let's
Lift. Where's Lift at?
I'm still down under the grate. Gong
Oh,
gong.
okay, gotcha. All right. So I'm gonna put you down in that room, which is like the 50th time that Gong Gong would have been in that room. This room right here.
Gong Gong is okay with it.
All right. And the secret panel is actually in the rear wall here that you guys eventually discover. And on the other side of that are two prisoners that were not stored with the others. That would be a tiefling and a fire ganassi. The tiefling appears to be a male tiefling. The fire ganassi appears to be a female ganassi. Both of them are, both of them are actually in pretty good shape. though they are bound and gagged, and it seems that a lot of care was taken to ensure that they could not speak and that they could not move their hands. So they've got those sort of um, manacles that you see in comic books all the time, where the character's fists are like trapped inside of two like metal cups where they can't move their fingies and make the semantic components to activate their spells and powers and all that sort of stuff.
They have
Can I come over
any
like
equipment on or anything, or have they been like stripped?
Well, for plot reasons, I would like our new player, to at least have access to some of their equipment. So I will probably just seed their equipment into the chests that you have yet to loot, because if I recall, you didn't actually loot
I
any
didn't
of the
open them
chests
yet.
yet.
Yeah, I
Right?
was
Yeah,
gonna
you were
open
just
them
making
later.
you're just making a big pile of chests. So let me put these guys out. Why did this not bring up your new miniature like it was supposed to? Let's see.
can I come over like real spooky like with my claws, get real close, scare them a bit, and then snip off their bindings.
Okay, that would definitely work. Let me get this character activated again. Hold on.
Like when someone shows up, like is this a good guy, is this a bad guy, and he's real scary, and then
Oh, right. You're not sure how it's going to turn out, and then like you think that they're going to slit your throat, and they actually cut the ropes. Is that the scene we're
yep,
talking about? Okay.
yep.
Alrighty. Yeah. So you get the panel moved out of the way, and in doing so, you reveal the hidden passengers. So, uh, there you go. All right. That does immediately tip you off. That on Alora, especially, that based on the blueprints of the ship, there's probably a secret compartment on the other side as well. And so after feeling around for a bit, you find a second secret compartment that also contains additional points of interest. This one has a secret cache of additional um, weapons. It looks like so. Yeah, you find a number of swords, rifles, and guns, as well as chests of ammunition. So quite a nice find. Very very expensive stuff that you found in here.
Okay.
So that
Nice.
is where they were. Yeah, that is where they were keeping an assortment of firearms and other weapons. So you can just put hidden weapon cache, and then I can get you all that information when you start looting.
Yep, I'll
So,
just write that down.
yeah. Let me see if I'm pronouncing this right. Chicane, is that correct? Chicane.
Yep.
Okay. So Chicane, yeah, you were discovered, as we discussed, and the people who discovered you put up a very convincing front that they were friends, and then just as quickly you were overcome and then placed in chains and sort of locked away in the dark. It wasn't too dark because of the ambient glow of your fellow prisoners, like glowing locks, essentially. You recognize that she is a fire genasi, and the Genasi are very populous in the Shackles. They are sort of the descendants of the Jinn who used to rule over the islands and have since sort of left for the elemental planes, and they left their sort of half-breed descendants in charge. Whoa! Somebody riding their motorcycle or something? What's going on there?
I think it's clocks.
Yeah,
Now,
things being attacked by.
Yeah, so disturbingly though, for the rest of the people here, you do see that there is a tiefling. Now, tieflings in the Shackles are almost 99.9% exclusively from the Chiliax Empire. As we've established over the course of 20 something games, the Chiliax Empire is very, very evil. They are fascist, imperialists, Nazi pirates. They're into slavery and devil worship and all that stuff. So they pretty much rule over quite a bit of the mainland southeast of the Shackles. They will, on the regular, bring their warships over to the Shackles to try and establish dominance. The Shackles essentially are blocking their easy access to the northern and western parts of the mainland. So the Cheliax Empire, they kind of view the Shackles as sort of a thorn in their side situation. But the plucky, chaotic nature of the people of the Shackles continues to prevail, and the Cheliax Empire's attempts at subduing and taking over the Shackles has thus far failed, and this is something that's been going on for a very long time. However, there is certainly bad blood between the people of the Shackles and the various nations of the Shackles and the Cheliax Empire. Like tieflings are usually not welcome, and they are definitely feared and viewed with suspicion. Not in the traditional sense that like, oh man, this is because their people made deals with demons and devils and all that kind of stuff, like in a more traditional fantasy setting, but because legitimately they have a powerful empire that is crushing everyone beneath it. So I guess like Fire Nation from like Avatar might be a good comparison. Like everybody kind of is wary of anyone from that nation, and particularly anyone of the tiefling race. So while seeing the Fire Genasi kind of pans out with what you've heard so far, that they were targeting these people, finding a tiefling back there is a little disturbing and also raises a lot of questions. Those of you with a pretty decent intelligence score, you could probably piece together that a race that rare would be a hot commodity on the slave market. So that could explain everything, that they're like, hey, we got a hold of a tiefling. Let's see what we can get for it. But yeah, all of those things would kind of race through your mind as you open the panel and reveal these two creatures. Claximus, a large crab folk, very beefy boy, reaches out towards you, Chicane, and your Fire Ganassi fellow prisoner, and begins to snip away at the bindings that hold you. While there is a little bit of rope work involved, for the most part, though, Claximus, it is a lot of chains on account of the fact that a Fire Genasi could probably burn through ropes pretty easily. So you guys are going to have to put a little bit more work into getting these two freed. Between Analora's thieves' tools and your various spells and abilities, though, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I guess my question is, where do you want this to happen? Down here below decks, or do you want to bring these prisoners up above, out into the open? Like, where do you want to try to free these people, if you even want to try to free them?
Uh,
Yeah, right.
yeah, I feel like as soon as it's opened, Claxmus went forward to cut it, right?
Well,
Right, yeah, and that's where he would see, that most of the stuff binding them is metal, is chains.
Show the townspeople we're freeing slaves.
Yeah, we might as well bring them up first,
Well, we
so they
should-
can get some fresh air.
Yeah. We should also send for somebody to get food and water.
And Barnaby, right? Because the parrot, the awakened parrot.
Bentbeak?
Yeah, that beat Barnaby.
Oh, Benbeak Charney,
Carney
Oh,
is meant to be
Charney.
Carney.
Charney.
yeah. We should probably
Oh, yeah.
send some of our ship crew to go get Bentbeak and to secure some food.
Okay.
while we do
Yeah.
them on the deck?
Okay. So you assign a handful of spare crew members to go and inform Bentbeak Charney that you have stopped the slavers. You have their captain alive and ready to essentially be turned in. And you also send another group to bring back food and supplies from, I'm going to just assume, the tavern or the market. Tavern would be closer. To just make sure everybody's fed and taken care of. All of that could be represented by the expenditure of the point of bounty, or the point of
Plunder.
plunder, excuse me, that you guys used.
Great.
So, while all that's being taken care of, you have these two prisoners. You also have Captain Sigma Snake Eyes, who is now awake.
Is my gag like metal too, or is it just like leather or cloth or?
I mean, this is a high fantasy world, so they definitely go that extra mile when it comes to prisoners, especially ones with a they know have like racial spells sort of thing. So yeah, you could assume that it's sort of like a whole like metal muzzle, like Hannibal Lecter situation. Yeah, they really don't want anybody escaping.
In the shape of a rubber dog bone.
Right. Yeah. If you're in the slaver profession in a high fantasy setting, you definitely take precautions against that, because any D&D player can tell you it's pretty easy to break free of standard stuff. So they definitely go the extra mile here. Not saying they had access to like dimensional shackles or anything like that, but they're doing what they can to keep you guys bound up.
Looks like a metal ball gag.
So,
Service
yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit of like in the mouth, but also over the mouth. I mean, it's not comfortable. It's definitely not something you'd want to keep for recreational purposes afterwards.
Crash, can you change the server for Clax?
Oh yeah, because he's out in California. Maybe that's affecting him. I don't know.
It's
Sure,
weird.
I'll try.
You would think being closer to Japan would make it better.
I don't know. Let's go. We'll try America again and see if that works.
America.
All right. Switch this back to the U.S. Okay, so a lot's going on. You've got her waking up. You've got these prisoners. The prisoners are, I mean, Chicane, I would assume that you don't know these people. They are freeing you, but I think when you finally see the woman who betrayed you trust up to the mast of her own ship, maybe it would start to occur to you that she has been bested and you're being liberated. But that's really open to your own interpretation.
Hey,
You're free.
does anybody have any booze?
Well, I'm sure we've got some.
I'm sure
I
they
wanna-
would have had booze on the
Yeah.
ship. So.
I'm gonna try to find some booze, and I'm gonna pour some out for everybody's favorite man, Jack Scrimsaw.
To Jack.
Yeah.
To Jack.
I give one to Kitty Sandara.
Oh yeah, Kitty Sandara, she downs it like it's nobody's business.
I'm gonna look. Yeah, should we be doing that?
Well,
She's a pirate.
She's a pirate. I mean, yeah,
you're
Carolina.
right. Yeah, you're
Carolina's drank.
She's an old soul.
right.
And so should we offer some to the prisoners as well? Or well, they're not prisoners now anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I heard anybody say that I'm unshackled and muzzled yet.
He'll have to snort it.
Yeah, you did bring him up top, so I'm wondering, like, at what point do you?
Yeah, I just got like dragged, still
Just
all
just
manacled
put a
up.
straw in his nose. He'll be fine.
I would prefer if we wait to bring you up to the top of the ship to take it up.
No. I've moved you guys back up. There you go.
No, right.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, for the prisoners, because like, if you are like a prisoner and we're coming down to get you, like, you don't understand what happened. You don't know we're here to help, and you're probably unlikely to believe anybody who tells you that.
Right, which again, like you guys did march them past the previous captain. So
At that point, I would
yeah.
I would do it.
So the two of them, the fire genasi and the tiefling, both take notice of Sigma, and Sigma just kind of like narrows her snake-like eyes at the two prisoners, and you can see on her face there is a calculated regret there, as if all the treasure you've taken from her so far pales in comparison to the potential gains that she thought she had from these two.
Well, as we release
free 'em.
them. All
we
right.
should take the shackles and bind her.
Yeah.
Well, I believe she's like well bound, right?
Insult to injury, though.
Yeah, my interpretation was you used like 150 feet of rope and like tied her from like you have her sitting down basically, and you tied her from waist to neck against the mast.
Right, but I mean, like
Yeah.
for like the muzzle. So like,
Oh yeah, I mean she can spit poison, so it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to muzzle her.
Just for insult to injury.
Yeah, so we'll release the girl first, I guess.
Okay.
And then release chicane, and then ask well, that must have been a rough ride.
All right. So as soon as my bonds are removed,
Mm-hmm.
the ground starts to shake a little bit, and then you start to hear all of these ominous whispers gathering around, and then in a very loud voice you hear, oh God, these gags. That would have been a lot more impressive if I hadn't coughed all that shit up. Sorry. Hi. I'm Chicane. Who the fuck are you?
oh great, one of
The
them
bubbling
talk.
bosom.
Well, yes. What do you think they would do? Bark?
I mean, if you want me to.
No, please don't.
Okay.
What's a Chilaxian doing all the way here in Firegrass Isle as a slave?
So you know, chillaxing.
Can we throw him overboard now, please?
So, Chicane, go ahead and drop a knowledge history check for me, or if you're trained in navigation tools, you could use that instead. So, either one. If you're trained in neither, then it would just be an intelligence check.
Really, Fafnir?
Okay,
Really?
so just straight
What?
intelligence then.
Okay.
There's only room for one bad jokester on the.
Unfortunately, you cannot recall what a Firegrass Island is, or in what way that would be significant to your situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Firegrass Island. I know 1,000% what you're talking about. Definitely.
Well, you're a long way from home.
Well, yeah, that sort of happens when they kick you out.
Huh. So Firegrass, I believe we've never seen a tiefling around here. Definitely, because of the whole Chilaxia stuff. Is that right?
Kid Sandara pipes in that I mean, they've probably seen some, but not in a good way.
Hmm.
Yeah, are they like evil by nature?
I mean, the Chilaxians are the slavers among slavers. That is their way of life is slavery. I think they even enslave like houses within their society that lose favor. Like they are the slavers of all slavers. To have one here in this town is probably not going to go over too well.
Huh.
And that is this
Chicane,
little girl over here is saying this.
I just
Are
sort
you
of
a
eye her skeptically while also
No,
nodding along.
it's okay. I have something to hide the horns, and I will go and take the stupid water helmet that they gave me and put it on top of them.
Oh dang!
Here, now your horns are hidden.
I'm gonna sort of just like duck and weave away from you. Just
I
sort
don't
of-
know. It's a pretty
Nah,
cool looking
it's a
helmet.
pretty cool looking helmet, and it'll hide your horns so that you don't get killed as soon as we get to port.
It also
so
makes you
cool.
breathe underwater.
Well, you actually
Can already breathe
in port.
underwater.
Well, I mean, as soon as you like step onto port.
Well, I think we should just ask the important question: are you a slaver, or have you ever been a slaver?
Okay, so that's kind of difficult to answer because I mean, have you ever been a slaver?
Time to find the
Okay,
bullet.
so if your parents are slavers or your parents' boss is a slaver and you work for them, does that make you a slaver too?
Yes.
Or
Yes,
is
it
it
does.
okay?
kind
Well,
of.
then I guess
Bubbles,
technically
you
yes.
feel a weight on your shoulders, and you hear a spoopy voice in your ear, and it is now a familiar sensation to you. And Shivaka says, "I'm very curious about this series of questions because I was under the impression that past is past, sort of thing. Is this going to be something I need to be concerned about, Captain?"
Look,
Was
Shivaka.
Shivaka a slaver?
Yeah, she
Former?
enslaved us. She fucking enslaved us.
Well, isn't that irony?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like
So Chicane, you recognize this creature, this frog-like creature, as a croaken, which is a type of animal humanoid that lives in some of the more southern regions of the main continent and also some of the islands of the Shackles. They are predominantly good, lawful good in alignment. They have a very kind of pseudo fantasy samurai culture, a lot of honor, a lot of do-gooding, that kind of thing. So they are sort of the opposite of what people think of tieflings. So it's a little confusing to you to hear a croaken kind of, in a way, implicating herself in the slave trade, which would be completely counterintuitive to their culture. So yeah, it's definitely something worth noting. It's at this point where you also kind of take stock of this area, and you've heard stories of the Shackles and how it is sort of a melting pot of all these different colorful races and things like that. But to see it in action is very I don't know. I don't know how much time you spent away from the Cheliax Empire, but they've got Dragonborn, which you do have in your homeland. They make excellent slaves. They have some kind of Faveld, or maybe an Aldfair, which is to say some creature of like elven descent, which most of the elves in this area have kind of gone extinct. There's a sea elf, which have not gone extinct, but usually mind their own business and stay in the ocean. There's a big crab person, question mark, and a talking ape or something. And as you kind of scan the rest of their crew, it just gets weirder as you kind of look at all these strange beings that they sort of have. There are like slave circuses back home in the Cheliax Empire that have similar assortments of freaks and weirdos. But yeah, like as you kind of look over the side of the ship at the docks district of this town, Goatshead question mark that you're in, you see that same range of like races and genders and colors, and no one seems to be really any better or worse than anyone else. They all seem to just sort of treat each other with a mutual amount of gritty disrespect and brotherly, sisterly, sort of aggressive friendship. It's a very strange scene.
All I could think of is like, yeah, what was it? Like you're looking around and there's so many different races, and you're like, wow, no one's bringing it up. What?
Yeah, it's kind of like when you play WoW for the first time and they're like, the Horde and the Alliance, they hate each other. Race war. But then you go into like a dungeon and like the evil cultists are from like both factions. And you're like, why is it that these evil cultists can get along but we can't? It kind of has that vibe. Like literally just every playable race is just all mingling together. Nobody's like attacking each other. They're all just kind of living their life. It's definitely a rowdy town. It has a very like Pirates of the Caribbean, Tortuga sort of vibe to it, where you know, loud, boisterous, drunkards everywhere. Very chaotic, very very colorful situation. So yeah, it's a lot to take in. A lot's going on while you guys are I don't want to say interrogating, but while you guys are questioning the chicane person, and he is kind of talking about the history of slavery, you do see that his fellow cellmate has not spoken at all. She is pressed against the railing and is watching all of you very defensively. So let's pick back up where we were after I dropped way too much flavor text on you. So Shivika wants to know what the situation is. Back to you guys.
Yeah, so I'm gonna reply. Oh, well, I guess the better question would have been, do you still consider yourself a slaver? And are you interested in the slave trade still?
Yeah, definitely being in the metal muzzle with all the manacles, part of my genius master plan to enslave people.
That's a pretty good answer. What do you think, Captain? You think he's a slaver?
So, forgive me. I'm not very good at detecting sarcasm too often. Was that sarcasm?
I'm just gonna sort
I
of lean
believe it
over to
was.
Lift, who's the closest to me, and be like, that gorilla that just talked?
Yes, the monkey talks. He's also the
He's
captain.
He's not a monkey. His name's
he's
Bubble.
he's our captain. You seem kind of angry. I think the best thing you could have is a roommate. Would you like to be friends?
I will murder you, Lift.
Oh, that's a good idea. If he does join, then you can get a third roommate. It can be like a shit.
You know what happened to your last captain, right?
Yeah, I was there.
Good.
Yeah, but you don't have magic power.
No, I have a magic axe.
Before the rules. That's before the rules. We have rules now.
So the
That's true,
woman
we have rules.
listening in on this conversation, her eyes kind of brighten, but her face is still very confused, and she looks at you, Captain Bubbles Jr., and she says in the Valorian trade tongue,
Mhm.
"So you're the captain?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I demand to be set free at once."
Shall be done.
She seems kind of like, oh,
I look at the pile of manacles, and then I look back at her, and like, but
Next.
they
Yeah.
already. What?
Yeah, I guess you're right. It has been done.
She
Look,
she looks questioningly towards the stairs and the gangplank that would take her to land, and
Yeah.
she kind of looks at you as
What
if
do
like,
you need? Do you need to be carried down?
Yeah, I mean we set people off to get food and water if you want to stick around for
will
that.
they also be bringing clothes?
Uh, well, I'm sure there are some sort of clothes on the ship that we can give you. Well,
Good.
I'll try to get some people to go grab a set of.
Bring me
Oh,
some clothes and a weapon, and I will require some money, and then I will be on my way.
Wait.
Okay, now you're just getting greedy. What are you
Captain,
doing? Huh?
I have a question for her.
Yeah.
What is your name?
I am called Citrine.
What is?
Doesn't ring a
what?
bell.
So at the mention of clothes, I my ears perk up a little bit, and I start looking around, seeing if I can find those chests that I know they took all my shit to.
Yeah, where did you create your chest file again, Onalora?
we
Well,
brought all of it right in the middle here.
Yeah, so it's mostly it's in the middle of the upper deck. Gotcha.
Yep. Okay, well, we can go look around. for your clothes. If they took them
Also,
off you, they
who
should be around
tries-
here.
Who's trying to muzzle Captain Sigma? Because they
Oh,
would.
Fafnir will do it.
All right, Fafnir, give me a Constitution save against poison spray.
It's fine.
Ah, okay.
Taking it was fine. He would have, as long as it gets.
Right. All right, so you take 16 points of poison damage as she just her jaw unhinges, revealing much more snake-like anatomy in the jaw area and the teeth and tongue area, and she just vomits forth a spray of venom. It just hits you right in the face. It's like you got bear maced in the eyes. It burns. It's terrible.
Oh, joke's
Yeah.
on you. Because her mouth is now wide open. I just shoved
Yeah.
the muzzle in.
All right. Yeah,
Good
restrained.
good for you. You know
Exactly.
how
Yeah,
it works.
restrained and prone. She has very little chance of escaping this, and you do manage to sort of latch and buckle the muzzle into place, and you just see rivulets of venom kind of pouring down her cheeks and kind of traveling the jawbone, underhang of the jaw, and like down her neck. So none of it is able to spray in any meaningful direction. And
Now,
her serpent eyes burn with an absolute hatred for you.
now, hey, Captain,
Yes, sir.
can I show her my breath weapon?
No.
Oh,
I
all
want to
right.
keep her alive.
It might not necessarily kill her.
Look, man, I don't want to risk like murdering her by accident.
Fine. Also,
Did I not speak
Thank
loud
you,
enough
Lift.
when I said I required some clothing, a weapon, and some money?
oh no, you
I
did.
throw
We were
my
just
shirt
ignoring you.
Yeah, yeah. Like, look,
She seems pretty put out by the fact that you guys have not immediately done the things that she has essentially ordered you to do. So
Yeah.
look,
I
look,
throw
man.
my throw my
What
shirt.
happened to Sandara's old bra and panties?
Thank you, Lift, for the.
Sandara reaches into her now oversized clothes and she lewdly pulls out a bra that looks like it could fit two kid-sized Sandaras in it as like a playground swing, and she just kind of spins it over her head.
Okay.
There's clothing.
So
Citrine, was
technically,
it?
her body changed, but her age didn't, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you guys are the ones that use the experimental potion. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. You're a strange person now.
Can I make a knowledge check of this citrine person?
Yeah, sure. So you're just gonna check in your very limited database the name Citrine versus the additional search of Fire Genasi.
Well, hold on now. Is there anything Citrine would like to tell us on her? Like, why do you sound like you seem to be so important and are put off by us ignoring you?
She's a princess.
I'm gonna
Oh.
guess
Oh.
what Citrine's gonna say here. And this is me actually saying this in
Yeah,
character.
yeah.
Is get me some damn clothes. I want to leave.
Well, yeah, but
Throwing
the
that out.
That's fine.
the faster she explains who she is and why she is sounding so bossy, the faster she might get her stuff.
I shouldn't have to explain why I need clothing and money and a weapon to defend myself. This is a town of vagabonds. And as she motions over to the docks, you see two people having like a fist fight, and the one punches the other, and the camera slows down, and like a spray of blood and teeth come out.
Hey,
And
look.
nearby drunkards all cheer, and like one of them falls off the dock and starts drowning in the water.
Hey,
And
look
she
at that
says,
one. That's funny.
Hey, listen here, princess. Both those dudes totally fucking agreed to that. All right.
That's not about those dudes, as you call them. This is about me being set loose in that place, barely clothed, with no money and no way to defend myself. Would you make me a whore, sir?
Just like Lift trains his animals, he's going to squirt her with water like he's squirting a dog
What
that's got
the?
pickup.
Okay, look. That's a little much.
As
Don't
you
stop.
do, yeah, like it turns to steam as it hits her because she's very fired up right now, and she just looks at you, and her cheeks puff out in like outrage, and like steam is kind of
Oops,
coming out
I
of her
didn't mean to do
ears.
that.
And and
Now-
she's
Bad.
like, "Did
Bad
you
Katrina.
just?"
Well, yes, he did, but that's
All right.
besides the
Yeah,
point.
he
Like,
spit on
look.
you.
And what's worse, I had to spend days next to this creature, and she points at Chicane, while he murmured prayers to some dark deity in
Oh,
his
that's bullshit.
godforsaken
That's
tongue.
bullshit. I wasn't doing no godforsaken tongue prayer.
And
murmuring.
there was glowing. I smelled brimstone for sure, and he didn't even hold it. Like,
Wait,
I'm
are
pretty sure.
Are you
and
sure
my-
the brimstone wasn't you? You are a little fiery.
Okay,
Excuse
the
my
second-
language when I
no,
say
the-
this.
no, the
I'm
second
pretty
two
sure
was
he
right.
shit his pants. I'm just gonna
Hey,
say.
hey.
Look,
Well,
look,
what
okay.
was I supposed to do? It's not like I
Alright,
could move around.
You're supposed to
You
hold
didn't
it.
choose. You
All right,
didn't
enough
choose
of this
corner of the room
bullshit.
to be the
Enough
toilet.
of it.
I will be
Look.
constipated for days trying to pass what I've been holding in, okay?
All right.
Yeah,
Because I
see?
wanted to
So
do
it seems
you
like you got
the-
the bad end of the deal.
I'm gonna shoot up into the air.
Okay. It's barely noticed by the people in town who just shoot their guns every now and then for fun because they
Right.
have guns. Yeah.
They hear a shot, they all start shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like in white America where one person sets off a firework and then the next thing you know, like everyone in the
It's
It's
a
a
war,
fireworks.
like a firework war.
Yeah. So like the gunfire just travels through the whole city as you fire off your gun, and she stops, and she does look a little constipated now that you think
Look.
about it.
Look, right. I get it. You were a slave. It sucked, but we saved you. We're not your servants. So it's either like
Do you breathe free air in the shackles?
Yes.
Then kind of.
Kind of what?
I mean, whatever. It's fine. I understand. I overstepped. Let me start over. Is there a place that I might excuse myself to take care of nature's necessities?
I sort of
Princess.
Fafnir will
saunter
point to the
on
back of the boat.
over- I saunter on
Princess.
over towards her.
As you
And-
point to the back of the boat, she blushes furiously. And then, Chicane, what are you up to?
I saunter on over towards her and go to reach out to take her hand and say that I accept her apology. Does
Okay.
she take my hand back?
She looks at you like you are the most vile and filthy thing that she's ever been forced to be near for several days while chained up.
Okay, then I wink at her and push her over the side.
Oh wow. All right.
pull her up. Pull her up.
Yeah,
I was
would
right
say-
there. I'm right
Okay.
next to her. So if he pushes her, I'm gonna catch her, or at least try.
So, Chicane, let's get a acrobatics, aka judo, or athletics. On Alora, let's get a reflex save or acrobatics.
Oh,
Well,
nat 20.
it was meant to be.
Well,
Every new guest star always rolls a nat 20 on their first one. You guys know the rules.
yeah.
Yeah, on Alora, this dude, he must have trained under like some Ninja Turtles or some shit, because like he goes to like shake her hand, she refuses, he shrugs, the next thing you know, you just see her flip over the side. There is an unceremonious scream, and then a back cracking splash, and she is down in the water.
Oh crap!
I'm
Fafnir
just-
jumps in.
I'm just gonna lean over
pull
the
her up.
side and say, "Give her
Claximus-
some time to take
Claximus
care of
and Fafnir
nature's
jump in.
call."
Claximus, apparently, there one problem has been solved. She is no longer constipated. So
You're
you need help,
welcome.
little lady?
Pull her up. Pull her up.
she is furious. The water around her
Bubbling.
is bubbling from the heat. that
While
she is getting
everyone's distracted, I want to make my way to the chest.
off. Okay.
Claximus, just like toss her up from the water. I got it. I'll catch.
All right. Despite the spectacle, this small child ? Chicane, can you give me a intelligence check because you're not trained in history, right?
No.
Okay, yeah. So just give me an intelligence check. Yeah.
That's the same thing from the
You're
last.
assuming, yeah, you're assuming it's a Valorian child or teenager, young teenager. You're not sure. Valorians, of course, are these new immigrants that came to the New World in the last like 5 years or so. They have populated, repopulated, and spread out like cockroaches. They are sneaky. They are self-serving, and they are extremely resourceful. So your people are looking into ways to acquire them. Last time you checked, there's apparently quite a few of them on the mainland that you have your eyeballs. Not you personally, but that the Cheliax Empire has been keeping tabs on for several years. But here in the Shackles, they have definitely established themselves as a dominant force in the area. All right, yeah, but she is watching you very closely. Her face looks like it is scrutinizing you and sort of keeping an eye on you. But she's also firmly gripping the railing after seeing how deftly you were able to toss the fire genasi. All right, so you're gonna head towards the loots. Yeah, there's just a pile of chests over here, basically that they have collected from the ship. You get a feeling that your loot is probably mixed in with all that stuff.
So how far do I get?
I mean, if you wanted to get over there and start trying to loot it, you probably could in the confusion. But I think at
Well,
this point, we'd want to throw everybody into
Crash.
initiative kind of thing. So,
Crash.
yeah.
Gong Gong is still doing the one thing he was told to do, which is not let anyone touch the chest.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, so there would be that whole nonsense. So they have this thing guarding the do we have an art of him?
You should.
I did a one.
I sent you one.
Yeah, I wonder if I made a handout for him. Let's see. Nope. Okay. Here, I'll throw it up into Discord real quick. So in Discord and Game Arts, they've got this creature guarding all the chests. He looks pretty tough.
There's
Nice.
art of gone. Well, no, it's character sheets.
Yeah. So as you approach, there's sort of like a low, what I would say, kind of like almost a hissing sound.
It'd probably be like a rumble.
Rumbling sound, yeah, coming from this sort of fossilized fish dude as you sort of approach. So looks like everybody's rolling up some initiatives here, which is good because then we can kind of cover everybody trying to do different things all at once, sort of thing. Alrighty. So yeah, if you wanted to hop in on this, definitely roll an initiative, and then I will get it going. So on Alora, a lot's happening all at once. The chicane fellow has sort of tried to use like the confusion of what's going on here, sort of slid past you guys and started heading towards the chest. Down below, the citrine person is floundering about in boiling, stinky water, mortified from embarrassment, also probably exhausted from the ordeal of being a prisoner. It's just a bad situation. Meanwhile, up top, you are at the top of the round here, Sea Elf, with your amazing Sea Elf reflexes. So what are you gonna do?
Is this level 4 or 5?
Everybody, we're just gonna say is level 5 for sanity's sake of not having to de-level and re-level.
All right. Then I turn and I see him walking towards the chest. I am going to have a this So let's see. This would be a metallic sort of hand that appears next to him.
Okay.
And it's just gonna tap him on the shoulder. It's a mage hand.
Oh, okay.
And I just tap him on the shoulder with the hand. And I say,
okay, yeah.
the chests there aren't for you. If there's anything that you need to retrieve, we will give it to you once we have opened them. But I suggest you do not try to go for them yourself.
Yeah, and you do realize at this point, Chicane, that while there's not a lot of crew on this particular ship right now, there are lots of crew sort of on the docks near the ship, and it's kind of occurring to you that this is a small portion of a much larger crew that seems to have commandeered the slaver's vessel. So you're kind of like piecing this stuff together as you go. All right, down below, she is refusing any sort of aid, too mortified by the attack from the demon and the being knocked into filthy water that it was filthy when she got there, and she didn't in any way make filthy. And then, of course, the fact that she did like a backflop, and that probably hurt pretty bad. Yeah, she's just having a terrible time. Claximus, you're pretty sure she's crying. You're not 100% sure. But it's a bad situation. Chicane, what's the situation?
My own mage hand will attempt to pry the other mage hand away from me.
Oh, all
while
right.
I look back at Annalora and say, but, I mean, I saw them put
Mage
my
hand
shit in
display.
here.
Yeah, let's see some opposed arcana checks to see whose mage hand is stronger.
It's like an arm wrestling match, but
Yeah, hype.
with the hands.
I'm not even proficient in Arcana.
All right, yeah. So you kind of start kind of pushing against her hand, and her metal hand kind of like kind of crunches down on your mage hand a little bit, and you realize that this lady has some skill with spells for sure.
We will give you your stuff once we determine which is yours and which is loot for the ship. But until then, you need to wait.
To finish, I look at our intertwined mage hands and go, "Aw, they like each other."
All right, Fafnir, while this is going on, what are you up to?
Yeah, Fafnir is going to get a rope and a lifesaver
Okay.
and toss it over to well, technically he's aiming for Citrine.
Okay.
Like not directly at her, but like in front of her so that she can grab onto it and he can pull her up. And he'll tell like Claximus, just put that around her if you have to. She looks stunned, so I don't think she's going to struggle. So that is what I do. Is I throw a rope in to put around.
Yeah. So life preserver,
Yeah.
maybe not a thing. Maybe
No.
not a thing. But
it's like an actual donut at the end of a rope.
Sure. Yeah. You may have invented it, I guess.
Sure, I will grab like let's see.
You could tie like a loop off at the end of the rope and toss it down, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, that's what.
All right. Maybe something to have the artificer look into, I guess, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, I just had a good idea, but I'll have to tell you it later.
You immediately pictured like a fresh a ring of fried dough, and you were like, that would float because it floats in oil.
Yeah.
But if it was a big enough donut, you could put a person in it, and then they wouldn't sink. And that is innovation.
And if we had some small ones we could put on their arms, they'd be like little water wings. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and Fafnir retires from adventuring, making millions off of his
water wings and life preservers.
All right, so Gong Gong just sort of climbs on top of the chests like King Kong on some skyscrapers, and just strikes a almost Conan-esque pose of like "come at me, bro," with his trident and everything else, trying to establish that this is what he has been tasked with, and this is what he will do in an effort to repay the life debt, et cetera, kind of thing. Bubbles, it's a pretty slow day fantasy pirating.
Yep.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna draw a pistol. I'm gonna point it at the and be like, "Look, You touch this chest, we're gonna have a fight here. I want to have a fight here, but that's not gonna happen.
But it's my things.
And we'll get you your thing.
Oh yeah, and I have the word of a talking gorilla to guarantee that.
Captain, he did actually call you a gorilla and not
I
a
know.
monkey.
I
That
know.
is better than most people that we have met.
Everybody knows that monkeys have long tails. Everybody knows that.
I've been telling everybody.
That's right. And our captain does not have a tail.
Right. I'm going to hold my action. If he touches the chest, I'm gonna try to shoot him in the leg.
Oh. Captain, I feel like you shoot a lot of people. Does that mean that this person is a part of the crew now?
We'll talk about it.
All right. Mini Sandara just watches everything.
Mini Dara?
Yeah. Well, we'll come with it. Small Dara? No, it doesn't work. She just watches the goings on with some curiosity.
Santini.
Oh, that's pretty good. Lift. What are you gonna do? So much roommate potential here.
Lift will move over to the edge.
Okay.
He is now positive that using control water to squirt people is a good deterrent when they're doing things wrong. So he will squirt Shakan.
Lift.
Oh, okay.
Good for you.
But why?
Shakan, you are squirted in the way that someone would squirt a bad familiar who they are trying to house train.
Bad.
A nearby puddle of water is just lifted up and just squirt at you. It is, of course, in no way damaging or detrimental, but it kind of feels bad, I guess, unless you're into that sort of thing.
Where was
works.
this water?
It's a ship.
It's all around us.
Yeah, so there's generally like little pools of water everywhere. So for the purposes of just
I
a
didn't
little
know if
squirt
he
gun,
if he just controlled it or if he created it or.
Oh no, he just controlled it. Yeah, he just
Okay.
used some like nasty.
Because if he created
water
it,
that
I
was
was gonna
flowing
try
nearby.
to drink it.
Oh jeez. Yeah.
Not if
I wouldn't
it's
drink
nasty
it.
ship
Yeah.
water.
I wouldn't drink water. Yeah.
It's definitely salty water.
You're definitely thirsty though. So
Yeah,
like
That's what I was thinking.
it's hard not to kind of move your face in there and try to grab it because you guys physically they didn't beat you too badly or molest you in any way, but they also kept you locked up in there and really only kind of checked in to see if you were alive. They didn't really risk taking your muzzles off or anything else like that. So yeah, like it was a bad situation. No bathroom breaks, subhuman conditions, the whole deal. All right, Claximus. While all this is going on, what are you up to? All right, you're gonna offer to help. She is pretty pissed off. I don't know if she wants any kind of help. What's your play here? What's your angle?
Fafnir did say put the rope around her. Claximus is Claximad.
Okay, so are you gonna rage?
No, he's just forcing help. So
Okay.
he's using the rope.
All right, so go ahead and give me an athletics check. Yeah, let's see. This is going to be a disadvantage because she does not have a swim speed. Yeah, so she got a 4. So you put the rope around, and as soon as the rope is around Fafnir, you can start hauling her up out of the water.
I'll do that on my turn.
Right.
I just do it?
Oh, well, yeah, you could start hauling.
I'll start, but I want to do something on my turn.
It seems that maybe things have calmed down. You could probably move to the actual looting of chests and stuff. Okay.
I'm gonna move over to the chest now, and I'm just gonna
so all y'all
motion
listen
for him.
up. All y'all listen up to all the treasure that's about to be dropped on you. Do you want it just sent over to Discord, or do you want it posted up in Roll20, and then you guys move it to Discord or Discord? Okay.
You should probably post it as well, so I could just copy and paste it in Roll20.
Okay, yeah.
And then so the stream can see it too.
Oh, the stream. Gotcha. All right. So, in the secret weapons cache, let's do that real quick. All right. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, there are 10 rifles. Let's see, 10 dragons, 20 asp pistols. Let's see, 2,000 rounds of ammo.
Can I oh god, can I Uncle Scrooge myself into that?
Into the ammo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
How many rounds are you gonna take? So I could just deduct that.
Oh man, I don't even.
You want 100 rounds?
Yes.
All right, I'll give you 100 rounds.
All right, so that was the weapons cache. Was 10 rifles, 10 dragons, 20 asps, 2,000 rounds of ammo, 10 long swords, Shalaxian to make, 10 daggers, Shalaxian to make, and 5 small kegs of smoke powder. So statistically, the weapons are exactly the same as normal, but these are super edgy. So they, like wavy blades and all that jazz. So whatever they can to look edgier than normal. That's kind of the design philosophy going on there. Let's see, what else did you find?
We took all the random chests that were
Yeah.
in the barracks.
All right. Okay, so you found a couple of books. I'll post those up real quick. Neither one looks particularly interesting from this particular cache. Let's see what else. You find a bunch of clothes. Let's see.
Do they look like fancy women's clothes that Citrine might like?
Yeah, there are fancy clothes with that as well. The books are pretty common books, so you could sell them for 10 gold pieces a piece if you wanted to. Let's see. One of the chests simply just contains 500 silver pieces. That's nothing to write home about. Let's see. Okay. You find a chest that looks like it contains someone's equipment. All blue text, bold.
Is it very edgy looking?
Not.
Describe to us what they would see in the chest that would pop up as Chicane's equipment, all blue font, bold.
All right, so you open up one of the chests, and inside you have this backpack. You rummage through it a little bit. You find a component pouch, some coins, powder flask, a bullet cake, some bullets, paper cartridges, whatever. A healing potion, a bayonet, one of those tiny pistols, a slightly larger pistol, and then a set of clothes, which would be like a sleeveless gray Buccaneers coat and some knee-high boots. I mean, obvious. A brigandine type studded leather armor. And as I see you guys opening that, as you're pulling it out one at a time, I just go, mine, mine,
Hmm.
mine,
Hmm.
mine.
I nod, and then I look to the captain.
Now, despite everything that she's been through, Citrine does in fact like vouch for him that that is his stuff. Because she did see him essentially betrayed and trussed up or whatever. Because Chicane, they tried their best to sort of not take you prisoner. They really did. But I think narratively, maybe you sort of stumbled upon their precious cargo of citrine, and at that point, that sort of made the decision for them, and that's when they sort of en masse sort of just pummeled you to 0 HP, stripped you down, and locked you up. So being that you are a tiefling, I kind of feel like the slavers might have been inclined to take you on, see where things were at, and then when their very precious cargo was compromised, they didn't, rather than risk, like, I don't know, anything happening to the plan, they went ahead and were just like, yeah, let's just take them out of the equation and see what we can get for them. So no honor among thieves type situation.
All right.
Whether or not you would have been kind of just going along with the flow to get out of your previous situation and essentially catch a ride someplace else, and your luck sort of ran out, I don't know. We could kind of discuss that, but I think narratively that might kind of work. Yeah.
All
But
right.
yeah, she does confirm that he did have those things at one point, and
Yeah,
he was captured and betrayed by this creature over here.
So, look, if it's his stuff, give.
All right. So then I just push the chest aside and say,
Okay.
"Have at it."
I glance over at Gong Gong, and like, is that thing gonna
Yeah,
let me?
Gong Gong. That's his stuff.
Yeah, Gong Gong in a deep voice, speaking the Valorian trade tongue of the region, just kind of says, "As she says," and just kind of with a clawed, fishy foot, kind of. That sounds weird, but yeah, pushes the chest towards you.
Okay, I'm gonna drag the chest over this way to about in here somewhere. Look around. Tell everybody to look the other way, and then I'm gonna use prestidigitation on myself to clean myself off, and
Okay.
then
Yeah, so
I'm
one
gonna
like 1 square foot at a time, you
Yeah.
start sort of like magi scrubbing yourself to try to get clean.
And then I'm gonna strip off and start putting on my other stuff, making sure that I'm just like full on mooning the captain the whole time. Not Bubbles, but the Yonti.
All right, so there's this. There's also all right, man. Doing all the treasure at once. All right, let's see. Okay. Oh wow. The only time Electrum is decent. Okay. There is a chest, very heavy, containing 10 Electrum ingots. Worth 100
Ingots.
ingots. Is that how you pronounce it? Right?
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but like,
ingot.
how
He
much
was
is
just
that
surprised
worth?
that you said ingot.
Oh,
yeah, because I put 10 on the chart, and then you said ingots, and I'm like, oh, I have to delete that now.
Yeah, they're worth 100 Electrum pieces each. Hoo-hoo. I don't know
Could
why
I-
they don't tell you that they're worth
So
50
so
gold.
Could I just
50
put
gold.
1,000 then?
Yeah.
I'll just put 1,000 Electrum then.
I mean, if you want, yeah.
All right. We'll
right.
we'll convert everything later.
Yeah, Electrum is just the boner of all money. But they have Dundurin runes on them, so more than likely they were originally Dundurin trade bars. Dundurin go in for that Electrum hardcore. They like mixing their metals. So, what else do we got here? Let's see. You've already got the stuff on her. You already got the healing potions and the antitoxin out of her desk drawer.
Yep.
Yep.
Once all that is done, there is that magically locked chest that I wanted to open as well.
Yes.
But that
is
I
the
was
one
gonna
had-
do with Shivika helping me.
Okay. Shivika will assist. You want to go ahead and do it right now?
Yeah, I
while I'm in
want to
that section? Sure.
disable the arcane runes and the magical trap.
All right.
So that would be Thieves' Tool with advantage.
Thieves' Tools with advantage as the two of you work together. If things go wrong, you'll die together.
Lift, could you give us a hand here?
Yep. I'm on.
Okay, so that's guidance.
Okay. Yeah, 18 plus 2 is just enough. You and Shivika, oh, okay. And then or did you already include guidance? I gotcha.
Yeah, so
Yeah, so 20 plus is enough. You and Shivika find the right part of the rune to sort of scratch out and cancel the explosive runes that would have gone off if you tried to open the chest. So that's good. It would have done force damage, these explosive runes. So, yeah, so you get the chest open, and inside there is a spare set of clothing, a leather purse containing 50 gold, a spell scroll, and it looks like a Wizrobe's spellbook.
okay. A spell scroll of. Can I tell what it is?
Yeah,
Or
it is a
yeah.
scroll. It is a scroll of gust of wind, so it's definitely nothing to get too excited about.
And can I tell what spells are in the spell book?
It would take some time to sort of read over it.
Could you identify it?
Yeah. I'm just saying that it just the adventure has it listed as a spell book, so it doesn't actually have
Oh,
a check.
okay.
Yeah, I'd have to roll one up for you. Yeah. So it is strange to see a spellbook on a ship, whether or not they just kind of were keeping it or it was from someone else that they captured, and the spellbook is just, part of maybe loot they took from one of their prisoners. Unknown.
Can I see if there's any secret compartments inside the chest hiding anything else?
Yeah, you could certainly try to knock around and check. Yeah. So give me an investigation check. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic check. You're pretty sure that that was all that was concealed inside of the chest. So,
All right, nice.
yeah. What else? Let's see. Everything else kind of got summed up as booty. Let me see. Oh, okay. You do find a second chest with Electrum in it. So same deal as before.
Oh, same amount.
Yeah, same amount. And everything else, yeah, everything else gets tied up into the booty. So that would be all of the loots that you found. All right. So Chicane, clean, still hungry, still thirsty, but reunited with your stuff. Crew members return from their errand. They are bearing platters of food, fruits and meats and fish. They have also brought fresh breads because you guys are dropping like mad money. And also several big, gallon-sized things of rum and grog and wine. So they just bring all this to the ship so that you guys can sort of eat and drink while you search through your plunder, as it were.
Yeah, I just immediately start mage handing food over to myself.
Man, I completely missed what I was gonna do. Pulling up.
Yeah. So
Oh, I keep forgetting her name.
Oh yeah. So as you pulling her up, here I'll turn on her name tag if that helps. There we go.
Oh, I will give
Yeah.
her a set of fancy clothes after we
Oh,
pull it out of
okay.
the chest.
Yeah, she will. She will
But
look at the clothes, and you can see on her face is both pleasure and relief to have clothes that aren't terrible, but then also sort of a haughty, oh, this trash kind of thing is also on her face as she takes the clothes from you.
I mean, there's 10 sets. You can choose another one if you want.
Oh. Well, she kind of she really gives it a lot of thought as she goes over the available clothing and finally settles on something.
As she's looking over all the available clothes, as sort of a silent apology, I just prestidigitation her up.
Oh. At first, she is alarmed at the presence of your magic, but begrudgingly, after being knocked into the filthy water that she didn't make filthy, was filthy when she got there, she is glad to be cleaned up. So, and she kind of gives you sort of a begrudging like nod of appreciation, but with no words.
I'd also like to motion her over to like the corner or something, and I'll go over and
Uh-huh.
hold up like a large cloth or whatever, so she could change.
All right. Yeah. So she changes. After being cleaned up and changed, she's like very regal looking, very noble, very regal. Has a noble bearing to her. The clothes don't at all seem like somebody who's playing dress up. It seems like a natural fit for this person. All right.
I think Fafnir had something he wanted to do.
Oh, what?
no,
Okay.
it's too late now. Everything's like you zoomed past everything.
Oh, all right. Sorry. What was going on, Fafnir?
No, it's fine. He'll get another
Okay.
chance.
They'll say how she got up. It was just sort of.
Yeah. We
Got
can
up.
rewind. How did she get up?
No, it's fine.
I
Move
thought
along.
you were in the process of pulling her up.
No, yeah, and then you went straight to everything else. It's fine. It's cool.
Okay.
Keep going.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So, what now, guys? As you've got your gear set aside, you have these new people that you've acquired. You have 2 ships. Are you gonna wait for Bentbeak Charney to show up? Like, at what point do you want him to show up first, and then you hire essentially a ship broker and a shipwright to take a look at the ship? Like, what is the deal? Like, what is the order of operations here?
Well, first I actually do have some items I want to distribute.
Okay.
And then, do you guys want to handle the Charney thing first? Because I think that'll be faster than the shipwright.
Yeah. If nobody needs Fafnir, he's going to go to a. Fafnir's going to go walking.
Actually, I do need you, Fafnir.
Oh, of course. What do you need, Onalora?
Unless you want to go now.
No,
Because
it's
I was
fine.
considering,
What is it?
I was going to give you something, or if the captain and the other officers permit it.
Oh, well, then Fafnir will stay.
Alright, so last week we got the Scale Mariner Armor +1. And I don't know if... Do you guys wear scale mail?
I do.
I know Bubbles
In fact,
doesn't.
Let me see what mine is. But I do wear armor.
Okay, I think I'm a bard, so I wear like leather. But I don't know.
I
Being a
thought you were
sword
just
bard
naked.
doesn't-
I thought you were just
No.
naked all the time.
So naked.
Alright. So if you guys are okay with that, because we have to divide it after talking to everyone, then I could just give that to him and he can have the Scale Mariner Armor.
What does it do?
You have a swimming speed equal to your walking speed. And in addition, whenever you start your turn underwater with 0 hit points, the armor causes you to rise 60 feet towards the surface. And it's a +1 as well, so it's scale mill.
That is nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, you should be able to search it in the compendium.
And then I hold up the ring, and I look at Claximus,
Well,
and I
technically,
say,
I would be
I
holding up
believe.
the ring on the left.
Oh, I thought you needed me to identify it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna give it to. I was gonna look at Clacksmith and say, perhaps you should have it.
Claxmus offers his hand.
I give it to Bubbles to put it on his hand for him.
Ah,
I do so.
how touching. So is it just scale mail +1, but with the mariner?
Yeah, with the mariner trait.
Okay.
Let's see. I believe that's everything. We have spell books, but we don't have anyone that needs them.
Could always become a wizard on the Lord.
I
I'll
spend
post
enough
a
time
link
looking up
to the
books.
Mariner armor right there.
All right. Well, better luck next time, Lift. We'll get you something.
It's okay.
So I'm assuming
Maybe we'll get you a new
that-
roommate.
I'm assuming that
Hmm.
Chicane's musket rifle thing didn't fit in his chest, so the whole time this has all been happening, he's been poking around looking for his rifle.
More than likely, they just tossed it in with the rest of the weapons cache.
Oh yeah, there's also the waterproof ammo pouch that I think the captain would like.
I would like that.
And Laura, are you our master?
Sorry, you cut out there.
I said, are you our quartermaster? Are you the
I
charge of our?
I kind of keep track of all the items and stuff, so.
I could use a range, range weapon.
Okay. Well, we have 10 dragon asps, we have 20 normal asps, and we have a musketoon. We have 2 musketoons.
What's a dragon asp?
Dragon asp is closer. It's a smaller range.
Right, yeah, never mind. Okay.
But I think it's like 1d10 instead of 1d8.
All right, so as this time is kind of wearing on, eventually a contingent of very tough-looking, looks like Mwangi. So basically, like, I guess sort of like relatives of Valorians, or perhaps a type of Genasi. Very, very dark skin, very very muscular humanoids. Some of you have seen them before when you were battling at the arena. You see sort of a squad of these guys rolling up. They are armored. They have weapons ready. They seem alert. They also seem to be enjoying the coolness of the day in comparison to the heat that they've been enduring. Gosh, for the last 3 or 4 days. In the middle of this group is a buxom blonde who very much looks like, if you look up sexy pirate costume in Google, like just one of the sexy pirate costume ladies. Lift, you recognize this woman. You helped her do the dishes once.
Indeed.
Yeah, it is Blondie, and on Blondie's shoulder is a parrot, and the parrot is wearing what looks like a admiral's hat or a captain's hat of some sort. You guys recognize this as Bentbeak Charney, who is in charge of Firegrass at this time. So make no mistake, he is not an Arakra or any of that craziness. He is a parrot. He is not a big parrot or a humanoid parrot. He is a parrot, and he's riding on this woman's shoulder. but he definitely seems to be the one that is in charge of this entourage. As they kind of walk down the docks and approach, he is kind of, his head is kind of craning in all directions, and he kind of leans his long neck down and seems to be nibbling on the woman's ear, or perhaps whispering to her. You are unsure. Does anybody want to do anything as they approach, or?
Well, we'll make sure everyone's on the ship and kind of ready to welcome them.
Okay.
And then I guess I want to talk to the captain and say, maybe we could just see if we could sell the ship to him, and maybe that'll make things easier. But that's up to you.
Yeah. I mean, we could talk to him about it. The worst comes to worst, we could like try to. We could at least get an offer from him, and then get it appraised.
Yeah. All right. A voice bigger than his small body would seem to allow, and not sounding like a stereotypical parrot mimicking a person talking, calls out to you. Feathers kind of puffing out like a feathery balloon, almost, as he with the effort of casting his voice that far. Ahoy! Crew of the Bumbling Bosom. Do I ken it right?
Yep.
I see the sea and the winds have been kind to you. You return quickly. Less than a week has passed. And much to my own fortune, I'm still the one in charge. Neither of me compatriots has returned yet. So there's still time, you see, to, clean up our reputations, as it were.
Yeah.
Like we discussed earlier. And he winks, and as he does, he sort of like puts his whole body into the effort of winking at you.
Right, did his head just turn all the way around? It was weird.
Yeah, I mean, he really like kind of leaned into that wink like hard. There was nothing subtle about it. Like he almost fell off the lady's shoulder. He had to kind of fan his wings. Gun nearly went off as it almost fumbled out of his belt. Just the whole deal. Blondie seems pretty used to this. She helps reposition him back on her shoulder, and you do see that she's wearing like a leather pauldron on her shoulder to cut down on the amount of scratches.
Lift is concerned because he just winked at Blondie, and the parrot winked back, and he thinks he winked at him.
Oh yeah, I mean, for all you know, that's exactly what happened. Blondie was too distracted with the tumbling captain to, I think, notice the wink. So yeah, you're very much in the right, thinking that the bird has winked back at you.
Captain, make sure he pays us for our efforts. He offered us 300 gold and infamy.
That's true. Well, all right.
So, tell me a story there, Bubbles Jr. Walk me through it. I want to pretend that I was there. Firing me pistol. And he starts hopping around on one foot on her shoulder, spinning his asp pistol in his other foot with his other foot. There is a slight intake of breath from his entourage, because perhaps in the past he has shot some of them by mistake.
Mm-hmm. All right, so out of character, I'm gonna say I did miss a couple sessions. So if I'm forgetting anything, guys, please jump in and tell me. All right. So after we last spoke to you, we had another run-in with one of the old slavers that originally was able to escape from the hideout.
Found a hideout, yeah, the mansion hideout, and we just found.
You be referring to the beat up old piece of shit house, what we left on the northern end of the isle.
That is correct, yeah. So with his intelligence of the area, we were able to set up a plan on how to lure the ship in and attack. Apparently, they use like a lantern system to call in the ship whenever it passes by, and then they meet up in the Kraken's teeth.
Aye, Kraken's teeth. That's a pretty ballsy place to meet up.
Yeah.
Ballsy indeed it be.
Yeah. Also costly. So we broke our crew up into two small
Ya fine
specialized.
folk know that it's called the Kraken's teeth on account of there being a kraken that lived there.
We learned very quickly. So we split our crew into three small specialized teams.
Aye.
So one team was responsible for holding down the hideout and waiting for the signal. The second team was to find a location to hide out in the Kraken's teeth so that they could attack from the water. And then the third team was to wait on our flagship in case we needed heavier support. So,
Okay. Yeah, Blondie just kind of yawns, like kind of starts to stifle the yawn from the story that you're telling. But Bentbeak seems into it.
Mm-hmm. So, the aquatic team, they located what was it called?
Undine.
A cave. A cave.
No,
cave.
the Undine.
no. Fafnir, no.
They
It was a
located
cave.
That we cleared out of all the monsters that we were inhabiting and waited out again.
Aye, indulge me. I've only had rum for breakfast, so what sort of beasties did you encounter in the Kraken's teeth?
What kind of creatures did we encounter in the cracks?
The Kraken.
Well, we met one of the strangest creatures underseas. That was a dinosaur of sorts. What did we call it? What were we going to name it? We had a very specific name for it.
Yeah.
The giraffe or something?
Yeah, the giraffe or the sea raff. The sea raff.
Yeah, sea raff. The sea raff. That was
the sea raff attacked us while we were scouting out the Kraken's teeth. It was a tough
like
battle.
A turtle with no shell and a really long neck.
It was a big sea raff, and after we dispatched of that sea raff, we saw the approach of a band of blood frenzied sharks with armor.
Hey,
armored sharks, then shell sharks.
Yes, yes.
So
delicious.
We actually, Claxmus is right. We actually have a preserved head of the sea raft. Hey,
No,
Claxmus,
it's not the sea raft. It's not the sea raft. Captain, you're jumping ahead. You're jumping ahead.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, we got into the cave and there was this flying monkey bat or flying frog bat that attacked us, and apparently it lived
also,
there
because it swims.
He leans in at this point and whispers to Blondie, and Blondie kind of shrugs and kind of whispers back to him, and he shrugs.
Well, you probably don't believe this, but we actually have proof of this crazy monster that we found. Claxmus.
He rummages around and shows the preserved head.
Okay. They both make like a look of recognition, and Blondie says, "Oh, a fucking water leaper." Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Not very.
Well, after we dispatched of that, we kind of
massive water leaper.
I mean,
it's pretty big.
She kind of looks right at you, Lift, and she's like, I've seen bigger.
Heh.
I'm sure you have.
Okay.
And I look down at my crotch.
So Charney's like, there's some good eating. Anyways, thinking with me tummy again. So hungry because I, like I said, I've only had rum for breakfast. I couldn't keep anything down. All the binge drinking I've been up to. So worried am I about that little fiasco what happened.
Well, we actually have an entire feast here, so you can help yourself.
Oh yeah, he sees and he starts drinking.
Great.
Yeah.
And then, Captain, I believe we went into the battle with the sea ghosts.
Yeah. So wait, what was the last part you cut out? Like the very.
We went
she
into
said
the
that
battle
you
with
went,
the sea ghosts.
you went
Yes.
engaged the sea ghost in battle.
Yes. So it was late. It was nighttime, right?
That's when it's dark.
Late at night, yeah.
Yeah. So it was late at night, and our team at the manse or the hideout got the light signal. So we returned it, and myself, Laura, and our ship's healer, Sandara. Wait, no, Laura wasn't there. It was Claxmus. Myself, Claxmus, and Sandara went as prisoners that were going to become slaves. There's a lot of quotation marks. To the ship.
You're making these gestures here with your digits. Am I to understand that this is sarcasm?
Yes. So we got to the ship, and our ruse was kind of saw through. But thankfully, our aquatic team was able to get up onto the ship quickly. She poured a bunch of alcohol on us in the boat that was supposed to be like, the prisoners, quotation marks, and she tried to set us on fire.
Oh, that would be this creature right here. And he motions with his wing to Captain Sigma, who is bound and muzzled.
Yes. So we were able to get out of the boat quickly. In the chaos, unfortunately, the guy. Well, I guess I say unfortunately, but he was a slaver, kind of an asshole. But the slaver that gave us the information was killed by this one.
Tiny Sandara elbows you hard in the ribs, or I guess in the stomach, when you say disparaging things about her ally who died.
Good. That fucking hurt. Yeah.
She looks at you mortified, Claximus. You kept his head? Did you keep the
Claximus.
rest of him?
But this is my friend. I'm going to
No.
see that he gets his funeral.
Now
right.
we're gonna have ghosts and shit.
Well, after I'm done with my funeral stuff,
Oh my god.
we can deal with the ghost.
Well, how's about on account of the fact that he worshipped Besmara and I'm a priestess of Besmara, I put his remains to rest.
I want to keep the skull though. He was my friend. I met him first. You get the next one.
I'm trying to be indulgent of your culture, right? I really am. But it's like, I'm just going to put it out there. It's pretty fucking creepy.
I mean, like, it's a melting pot, lady. Everybody got creepy religions. Remember the time we were all slaves?
I remember.
Huh? Yeah.
All right. It's just shortly before he died, he went out of his way to save my life. Do you remember how he heroically dived into the water when the... Yeah.
I was right there. I did the same thing.
Sandara, I need to talk to you about that later.
I just feel like I don't know. We've lost so much. I'm sorry to interrupt. Keep going, Captain.
So their ship had some sort of wizard or druid or something. Whatever. I don't really know what the hell it was. But it summoned a bunch of velociraptors that ended up eating and killing Sandara.
Sandara. That was the priestess of Besmara with the huge titties.
Yeah. Now remember that part.
That's a damn shame. It must have taken them varmints quite a while to eat their way through them 2 mounds of meat.
Yeah, just keep it in your mind. Just keep it in your mind.
It's definitely up there.
So we're in a constant fight with the captain. I guess her vice captain. She had a giant snake, and
That makes sense.
Mm.
Yan T, they can control snakes.
Yeah, we had our druid steal from in like a bear form.
Oh.
Like, have you ever seen the play Godzilla? Yeah,
Yes.
it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that,
Mm.
except with like less lizards and more bears.
Okay.
Yeah. So that happened. We eventually narrowed the crew down, right? And we killed the vice captain. We knocked this lady out. And then our crew split up. People went downstairs to investigate, find stuff, found treasure. You know the gig, right?
Yeah, booty. Yeah,
Yep,
I
yep.
got it.
Meanwhile,
It feels like you're winding this tale up. Is there anything else pertinent that I need to know?
Yeah. So we took we took some like random like like experimental potion, and we used it on Sandara. Sandara came back as a little kid. That happened.
Captain,
so
don't
that's why I
forget,
was like,
don't forget the most
Oh,
most
so
exciting part.
Sandara's one of these
Oh, I
little
have-
hatchlings over here.
yeah.
Which one of you is Sandara? The parrot asks, and the two Valorian children who had been captured into slavery just look confused, and they don't know what to do.
I'm gonna point at Sandara. No, it's that one.
Oh, my condolences, ma'am. On account of your loss of your, and he kind of motions his feathers at his breast area. She just kind of like huffs and like leans back against the railing.
So it seems like everything's winding down, right? Seems like that. Until a fucking giant tentacle comes out of the goddamn water.
The aforementioned Kraken was the namesake of the Kraken's teeth.
Yes. And I'm not saying this thing is like a regular ass.
Did you get a map that what had it spelled wrong? Did you think it
No.
was like the Kraken teeth, like they're falling apart or something?
No, well, I thought it was like,
Or did you think they were like the Kraken teeth? Like, oh, it's Kraken. Let's get in there and mix it up. It's exciting.
We read the map and we were like, oh,
that's a Kraken good idea.
It was like, no, we were like, oh, the rocks must look like fucking Kraken's teeth. So like that's no, it's because there's a goddamn Kraken that lives there. So it starts attacking us on this fucking ship, right? We ended up losing one of our best men, Jack Scrimshaw.
He put up a valiant fight. He single-handedly held off one of the tentacles as we got away.
Did he? It looked like he was being.
Let it be known that Jack Scrimshaw was a very brave pirate of the Bumbling Bosom.
A hero.
Didn't you try to shoot him on Alora?
Fafnir, I would need you to go downstairs.
Wait, yeah, Mini Sandara's like, whoa. So Jack's dead?
Yeah.
And you shot him?
Oh, it was more like a
and before you try
shot.
to turn this around on me, Captain, that I, of all people, shouldn't be talking about shooting other people on the ship. We're way past that.
Well, he wasn't on the ship, technically.
I wasn't going to say that. Look, when you're, when you're in a battle with a 900 feet tall Kraken, right, that's going to torture you until you die. Sometimes it's better just to die.
I can agree with that. I would rather not have a long, prolonged squish death.
Well, in the end, we decided to put him out of his misery as he was being crushed by the Kraken.
Yeah, but didn't you miss?
For the best. Good old Piranapus has a bad habit of eating folk alive. And then you're trapped inside his belly, where you live in like a a weird state of half life and half death while he
Wait.
drains your soul.
So Scrimshaw is still alive, technically.
No, I killed him.
Well, no, you missed.
Nah, she had advantage because he was restrained.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, you have a name for this thing?
yeah, they called it
Arr.
Piranhapus.
Yeah, Piranhapus.
It actually makes it sound a little more, less threatening, to be
You know, it
honest.
sounds kind of friendly.
It sounds like you would name something you would name a cat.
Oh, she ain't friendly, that's for sure.
Well, no, she did try to sink us.
But she generally keeps to herself. She likes to stay in the Kraken's teeth. She feels that having labeled it the Kraken's teeth, that would keep folk from coming and bothering her. So then she's well within her rights to sink any ships would come in there.
Well, if she had sunk the Sea Ghost before we got there, things would have been a lot easier.
Well, I mean, she's no stupid beast. Perhaps
I
she and
respectfully disagree.
on which account?
It would have been a lot worse if the ship had been sank already.
Oh, because he would have been dead.
And as you speak up for the first time here, all of the parrot's feathers kind of ruffle, and the woman just says, "Son of a fucking bitch." And you see like the Mwangi warriors kind of reaching for their spears and shields.
Hold.
And suddenly everything stops being friendly recap, and they're like reaching for those initiative dice kind of thing.
Fold. So we found that on the slave ship they had some prisoners. Obviously, you just saw one of them. Now it's clear to all of us that this man here is from the Chiliax Empire. But I don't think he is a threat to any of us at the moment. Captain, do you agree?
mean, obviously he's not a threat. There's like all of Goatshead versus him. So
Right.
I don't for a second feel threatened. And you see him kind of say that from inside, like a protective nest of Blondie's hair.
We believe that he was being taken in and being sold as a slave.
Yeah.
A fitting punishment for your kind.
I snap my fingers and a pseudo dragon appears on my shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
and then I kind of just look over at Blondie like, I've got one too.
Oh god.
Okay. She kind of smirks a little bit. And she says, "Be still your silver tongue, you fucking devil. Won't be fooled by your kind." And she spits a wad onto the deck.
Lift, now's your chance to get in good with her. Shoot him.
You say do it. You say do it.
And then,
I contemplate it.
but then a booming voice kind of calls from the docks as you guys are discussing it, and you see a very large, very powerful looking Earth Genasi.
Did the captain ever get to the point where we actually captured the snake lady?
Yeah.
And the voice calls out, "Ahoy there, my mateys. I couldn't help but hear you being rude to a free soul who has come to our shores. Regardless of race or origin, it is with open arms that we must welcome you to our fine settlement." And you see the parrot looks very nervous, and he's kind of like scrunched like birds do, like his head deep inside his like rib cage, almost like a turtle. And he very slowly turns to face the person who has arrived, and you see the person stands about 7 feet tall, probably weighs 280, and has, as you see in the artwork, a bit of like some gold scales going on there. The scales do seem to be a part of their skin. So probably dragon-blooded sorcerer with some other stuff going on. They have standing to either side of them, let's see, what looks like a cleric of Besmara and a crow person. And the crow person is dressed in a lot of dark silks and leathers, and seems to have an assortment of blades at the, easily within, I don't know, wing hand reach as needed. And Charney says, "Oh, ahoy back, me matey, sweet Wilhelm, Wilhelm, oh, boy, I was just waiting, to hear news that you was back. Boy, am I relieved to see ya, and in no way surprised or put off by your sudden appearance."
That was very convincing.
Thank you.
Anyway, so I'm gonna go stand over by this guy. At least he knows how to greet a guest.
Okay, so you kind of walk over the gangplank towards this guy,
Yeah.
and sweet Wilhelm Poor kind of nods to you, and he extends one of his beef ass hands to you, long gold claws at the end of his fingers, to grasp your forearm. So a forearm to forearm sort of handshake is how they do here.
Well, I return the gesture.
Okay. And then he says, he kind of pulls you in a little bit closer, and he says, "Don't make me regret my kindness, devil. You're welcome here, but mind, you're an oddity to be sure. Tell me true, are you here alone, or do we need her ready for battle?"
I just sort of gesture towards the ship.
So no need to catch me up, Charney. I've been listening in. It sounds like you did something right for a change. You hired this here crew, the Bumbling Bosom, I've heard. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Hey,
You're
look,
the
you
ones.
actually got the name right.
You're the ones with the big-titted cleric what blew off the head of your previous captain.
Yeah, it's not big bosom.
There was some sort of romantic altercation, if the rumors be true.
They are true.
Absolutely true.
Well, worse things have happened on a ship for mutiny.
Yeah, she died.
Oh, that's a shame.
No, the titties are growing back.
That's confusing. I will tell you this, Charney. Word of your deeds at the arena reached me long before my ship reached shore. And you see the bird has sort of shrunk into a very tiny ball of tightly coiled feathers.
Little ball of fluff.
Yeah. And a voice from inside the ball of feathers says, "Aye, is that so?" "Aye, it's so." Well, I don't suppose Dancing Darla heard about it, did she?" And just you hear sort of a kind of a booming chuckle from the Earth Genasi, and he's like, "Oh, I don't think you'd still be standing or squatting if that were the case. No, your secret's safe with me. I'll try to help you cover it up as best I can. This is a crazy place," Goatshead. "Accidents happen all the time. Poor decision-making is part of what makes this place so great and free. And besides, if you're the one what hired this crew what brought down Captain Sigma Snake Eyes, then You've done a great service to the region. And with that, the bird kind of like begins to inflate again, kind of return to its normal posture and size. So he says, "Make sure to pay your hirelings, then meet me at the estate. I have much to discuss with you. A lot's going on. The Hurricane King is calling a summit soon. We'll need to send a representative. My money's on Darla, but if you can make a case for yourself, I'd gladly listen. But I and my crew need some time ashore." And Charney kind of nudges him and says, Aye, no problem. Let me take care of this, and then I'll meet you back at the manor house. Good to have you back, brother. And the guy kind of nods to you all, and he and his two peeps stride away. Once they're a safe distance, Charney kind of raises up one leg and just jets like a stream of bird shit out of his cloaca over the side of the ship. And then with like a relieved sound, he's like, "Oh, yeah, holding that one in. All right. So, Bobbles, was there anything else that you needed to tell me?" Okay. So what did we agree upon here? 100 gold, I think it was?
On a lure.
300 gold. And infamy.
50 gold?
300 and infamy.
So, 300. That was like 4 days ago. And also, I was in a much different situation than I am now. How's about 200 gold? And I spread the word of your infamy far and wide.
I believe the original proposition
didn't I
was
make you all what's the word I'm looking for here? Help me out here, Blondie. You know when you make it so they can be
down a
pirates?
fucking crew member.
You make them pirates, but they don't have to be held accountable for being pirates.
Aye, that
Buccaneers.
was already
the word-
part of the agreement.
Is the word bait and switch that you're looking for?
Oh, don't be using no crazy terms like that there, Outfellow. Listen.
I look over my shoulder and go, "What, sweet Wilhelm? We've got
Oh,
a thing going."
hey, so, there's no reason to disturb Sweet Wilhelm. He's tired, you know. So I said 300, did I? Then I guess that's what I said. I'll have the 300 gold delivered, no problem. I did, of course, make you all buccaneers or some other
Privateers.
thing. Privateers, there we go. And I said that you could, police these here waters as long as you were representing Firegrass and our best interests, which is to say, taking care of Cheliacs and slavers. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
I believe so.
Oh, okay. So there is a little issue here that there is a Chelaxian aboard your vessel. He's not in chains.
No, he's part of the crew.
Well,
Technically ex-Chilaxian.
Well, no.
Is that something that can even happen?
That's weird. That's like me saying I'm not the Dragonborn.
I just sort of gesture at myself, like, I guess it fucking can.
Don't worry, we're training him, and I'll squirt him.
The old control water squirt spell. Takes me back to my early days. What about you, Blondie? And Blondie just, she has kind of a far off look in her face as she watches the squirt water. So,
Can I?
So, we'll be taking this Captain Sigma Snake Eyes into custody then? She'll make a fine addition to the arena once it's back up and operational.
You might want to be careful with her. She likes to spit out poison.
Yep.
I wouldn't remove that.
Cut out her tongue.
I mean, that's pretty gruesome. I mean, if she wins her freedom, then, she wins her freedom. Like, everybody makes mistakes.
You're right.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
Mm. Yes, Devil. What is it?
Wait a minute. This bitch, like, 300 gold? 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 betrayed the hell out of me, locked me up, and
Mhm.
threw me in this secret tiny room where I shat myself next to this sexy fire lady, and you're
Oh.
just gonna let her go?
Yeah, he kind of waves at the sexy fire lady when you say that, and he like winks his whole body at her, and she just looks like so fucking confused.
The fact that he winks his whole body.
Ah, I see. You think that the crimes don't fit the punishment, or the punishment don't fit the crimes. Is that what you're saying? We're not big into public executions except through the arena. We like to, I don't want to say monetize our legal system, but.
Oh, don't worry, I can do the execution in private if that's the problem.
Oh, no, no. A famous slaver like this? Oh, we'll have crowds the likes of which we've never had before.
Don't worry, Shakeen. It's unlikely she'll ever make it out of the arena. We've seen what happens in there.
Yes, we have.
I mean, we could sign up and then kill her in the arena.
Aye, stick around for a week or two. I'm sure she'll be in there eventually. Though it won't be nearly as spicy as the ones that I like to arrange. I'll probably be out at sea come tomorrow.
I think it's gonna be a long time before you're allowed to arrange another one.
Oh, oh.
Let it die down, and then maybe they'll let you do it again.
No,
Look, I may have overstepped with a couple of things, but you have to admit, it was spicy.
It was.
It was. It
spicy.
was.
And I
so
had a lot of fun.
Captain Buckbeak,
Mm.
I happen to hear that Sweet Wilhelm. He
Mm.
said the Hurricane King was calling a meeting.
Ah, yes, the Hurricane King, you know, the boss, the king of all pirates, the, essentially the highest ranking, most powerful person in all of the Shackles. That's the Hurricane King of which you're referring to, yes?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. What was the question?
So he's throwing a meeting.
Ah, yeah, it's a council of high captains. Nothing a scrub such as yourself would need to worry about. They happen every now and then, more frequently of late. He's worried about something, I don't know. Plus, there's the big, huge race thing that's coming up, where you gotta race along the massive hurricane, what dominates the northern part of the Shackles. Prove your worth, earn infamy and plunder beyond your heart's wildest imaginings, become elevated to the state of high captain, or attain the position. You know, things like that. Things that, like a, what's the word, Blondie, that I'm looking for here? Fucking noob? Yeah, a fucking noob, like yourself wouldn't really need to worry about now.
Oh, well, where do these meetings usually take place?
Oh, you know, in his, you know, his secret pirate fort island. I can't really talk about it, you know. It's high captain stuff.
How did you happen to become a high captain?
I mean, look at me. And he fans out his feathers so that you can see that he is, in fact, a fucking parrot wearing a gun belt and a hat.
I get it.
That should explain everything.
I mean, it's pretty fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm a monkey wearing a gun belt.
Well, here's the thing. It wasn't always like this, but I got it into me head. I said to myself, Bentbeak, you're a awakened parrot now. You've got to do things with your life. You can't just be eating crackers all day. So I started a hardcore training regimen. 100 squats. And then I fly 100 kilometers. I eat 100 crackers. I drink 100 ounces of rum. I sleep for 100 minutes, throw up, and then... Blondie, what did I do then? You didn't do really much of anything. You just sort of fucking fell into like a bunch of lucky situations, and eventually, like, you almost kind of became a high captain by accident, actually. And he kind of gets real quiet when she says that. I see.
Buckbeak, do you want a cracker? Lift is going to hold up a cracker and toss it.
Now he snatches it out of the air.
Good skills.
As he's eating the cracker, he says, "Look, listen, hey, Bubbles Jr. You're just not ready, kid. That's all I'm saying. You got to get more life under your belt. Look at you. You're a baby.
Yeah, well, you know.
I mean, you've got Junior attached to your name.
Hey. I don't want to hear anything about that.
And your name, you're named after Bubbles. Like, do you even know what Bubbles are?
I've been
Look-
told it's a
look.
proud Valorian name.
It
They're
is.
what-
It is a
They're
proud
They're
Valorian.
what babies use. They in the soap, and they blow in them, and they float in the air.
It's a proud. Look, I don't pretend.
I'm
to
not
know.
trying to talk down to you, son. I'm just saying that you don't need to be concerning yourself with no sorts of high captain stuff. You need to really do something amazing to draw the attention of the Hurricane King. Then you'll receive an invitation to go and prove your worth to the Council of High Captains. What then? You'll be made a High Captain or die in the attempt. Did I
Right.
get all that, Blondie? And she kind of like shakes her hand like so and kind of, begrudgingly like kind of nods with her lower lip kind of pouted out a little bit like, yeah, pretty much.
So be it.
I mean, he did mention a race.
All right, well, I mean, true, if you were to win the race, then you would certainly be elevated to High Captain, I suppose.
When is the race?
Oh, it's a few weeks from now.
Do you have a date?
Do I look like the kind of guy that goes around with memorized dates?
Can you get me the date?
If I got you, he looks at you shrewdly, like he's figured you out, and he's kind of stroking his beak with his feathers. If I got you the dates, then you'd know the dates, and then you'd try to enter the race.
You're so wise.
Word there.
Mm-hmm. He kind of points to his head with one extended feather, like, yeah, brains. Fucking deal with it.
Well, Captain, I believe we wanted to ask him about this ship here. Perhaps we could get some funds to upgrade our own.
Yeah, so this ship, we wanted to see if we would offer it to you in like a sale. How
Ooh,
much you
it's a
would give
fine
us?
ship. Looks like a Chilaxian model. What is this? A barbed devil? He looks over at you, Chicane, like you should know the answer because you're Chilaxian. So slightly racist, I guess. But would your character know about ships, Chicane?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this would be a barbed devil. So it is a small, fast ship. They usually the Navy, the Chilaxian Navy usually uses them in like small fleets. And when they have distracted their opponents with their larger, stronger ships of war, these guys kind of fly in. They're basically like the TIE fighters of like the evil empire.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is a nice ship. I could definitely do something with this ship.
I'd start pointing at random areas of the ship, and I
Oh,
say,
okay.
"Well, if you look over here, you can see that this ship is actually the next model up. It's not, what'd you call it, barbed?
A barbed devil, yeah.
It's not a barbed devil. You can see right there and there and there. Actually, this is known as a spiked fiend."
Go ahead and give me a deception check. With I'll say with advantage because you
Oh,
are playing to his racism. Okay.
Ah, there we go.
He kind of seems like he's scrutinizing your words, but then he's like, what'd you call it again? A spined fiend?
Yeah.
He kind of looks at Blondie. He and Blondie roll wisdom checks. He Blondie seems convinced. He seems to be a little on the fence. But he's like, aye, I'm interested. I'll be sending over me shipwright to take a look at it. Then I'll give you a fair offer. And then he kind of chuckles into his feathers. He's very good at deception. So
I totally believed it.
okay.
Oh, well,
I know
great.
nothing. Even though I'm a carpenter, I know nothing about ships.
That seemed to work pretty well.
Claxmus is like, I used to make underwater tables and chairs.
Yep. And then I got captured and started making clubs and spears and bows.
Okay.
How was Citrine taking all of that? Did she look like she wanted to get off and go with them?
Wow. Yeah, she definitely has the look of someone who is trying their best to look like a bad bitch and keep it together, but is definitely way out of their league and completely terrified.
So, Captain, what do you think we should be doing with these two?
Look,
Well, I mean, Chicane just did us a solid.
yeah. Like, they don't have to leave if they don't want. But if they want to leave,
Can we make the other one leave?
no. If she doesn't want to leave, she doesn't have to leave.
Does she have to
Captain,
join the crew?
Look, lost Jack. This is some big shoes to fill.
That's not a good replacement.
Well, yeah, but, you know, you're not going to find that kind of quality anywhere. Sometimes you got to take quantity.
He seemed to know quite a lot about, what was it, spined fiends?
Well, no, not him. And then I just straight out point at Citrine.
Anyway, Captain, Fafnir will be going ashore to do some light talking and shopping. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, we do have, we're gonna be spending a lot of money today, so why don't I give everyone, like, 200 gold and go crazy?
Oh, wait, you're giving Fafnir 200 gold?
If
200
you
gold.
are willing to spread the name of the Bumbling Bosom and our accomplishments and how we managed to take down the Sea Ghost, a slaver ship, then you can go crazy.
200 gold for Fafnir.
It's not actual physical gold that you can add to your inventory. It's like 200 gold that you have to spend today in Revelry.
You have to frivolously spend it in a meaningless way, like you're in a rap video. Like,
Fafnir is not about that life.
You can give
it's like
he's ready to head to the tavern.
It's like hookers and blow, essentially.
Fafnir's not about that life.
You're filling up a bathtub full of champagne.
No, Fafnir actually wants the physical thing. So until that happens, he will be going about his business.
Roommate, can I have your
Yeah, go for it.
Your rat money? Thank you.
Okay.
Captain Amazing Beak, can I take out Blondie for the day?
Fire Lady.
You're asking Bentbeak Charney if you can take him out for the day?
No,
I'm asking Amazing Beak if I can take out Blondie for the day.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
At least it's going on the date.
He kind of puts it together and he's like, Are you cutting in on me, woman?
No, we want to go
that's
shopping
what he's
for
doing.
you.
Are you attracted to this woman? This woman who I've sworn my heart and my life to? This woman who I trust more than I trust anyone else in all of the Shackles? This woman who's been faithful to me every moment that we've been together, who's never looked at another man before. This woman right here, and he like knocks on her head with his
beak.
his
Wah,
foot.
wah.
Yeah, and it makes like a coconut sound when he does. This woman.
Yes, but not the way you think.
Oh, what
She-
kind of way do I think then? And he's
She-
drawn his pistol.
She knows
And
you
he's
better
waving
than
it around.
She knows you better than anyone, Amazing Beak. I need her to help me shop today to spread our infamous name connected to yours. And the crackers that were on board this ship are not good enough for you.
All right, go ahead and give him a deception check. This would be persuasion, except I think you're trying to get with his lady, so.
Yeah.
He narrows his eyes real shrewd like, and he says, "Ah, I see. What do you say, Blondie? Can you tolerate this filth, this hideous creature, long enough to help spread the word of Bentbeak Charney and the good deed, what we've done through this fine crew?" And she's like, I fucking guess. Yeah, sure. And he's like, "Oh, well, in that case, one of you boys carry me back home. I'm too drunk to fly." And he sort of stumbles off of her shoulder onto one of the Mwangi warriors, who looks just really sad about the whole situation. And it's just like, okay, boss, let's go. You have a lot of explaining to do to your friend. And he just says, it's going to be a tough day. We should swing by the tavern for drinks. All right. And so they head off.
Fafnir turns to Citrine and is like, "Hey,
Mm,
you want to go shopping for something nice?"
I don't have any money.
I do.
Oh yeah, you do.
You dirty dragon. I try to give him a high five and see if he
You would.
I high five Lift's face.
You would. She actually kind of laughs at that, and then like immediately puts her poker face back on, and she says, "If you're willing to share your wealth, there are things that I could use. I accept your offer and will accompany you. I suppose
Right?
there's safety
yeah,
in
hurry up.
numbers."
Come on. Lift, sorry, can't give you my 200. Gonna need it.
I'm going to
Damn it.
while Lift is leaving, I'm gonna be like, try to get some more information about this lady. Try to figure out who she is.
Are you talking to me or are you talking
Yes.
to Lift?
Sorry, yes, Fafnir.
Oh,
All right, so at this point, I'm going to assume that very strong peeps have been sent to get Snake Eyes. So I'm going to remove her from your ship. Yeah.
the strongest of the strong.
Yeah. Okay.
The
Not
sea
too,
giant.
not too strong. Just somebody that could cast sleep, and magic resistance don't help you against that shit. So yeah.
Punch her enough times and it'll work.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, they beat her down, put her to sleep, carry her off. They leave you guys your 300 gold, and you are allowed to keep your status as privateers of Firegrass Island.
My
Okay.
turn
Who
to
do
Aurora.
they give the gold
So
to?
so we've been playing for a little bit. We're gonna do like a 5-minute break or so for drink refresh, bio break, that kind of thing. And then you don't have to take a break. You could totally hash out what you're planning to do next, but definitely have it in mind what your next plan is going to be. Goal of the night would definitely be for you guys to decide what your next move is going to be. You do have a number of active quests that you could investigate, or you could just ignore all of them and come up with something new to do. This is a sandbox game. You do you kind of thing. So
Sure. Right.
I'm gonna
Alright.
turn to Aurora Claxmus and be like, "We're going to go get those fruit."
The devil
Yeah,
fruit?
I believe that was our plan.
Yeah, I'm down. Let's get the devil
well,
fruit.
today we have a day of revelry, so I'm gonna go ahead and
Yep.
spread some spending money to everyone, which would be the plunder, and make sure everyone can have fun and we buy out the entire tavern and stuff. And maybe we can get to know our new friends and try to find more information to take us to the Dusty Desert Island.
I had to step away for a second. What did I miss?
Didn't you have to make something?
Yeah, I have to make a potion, and I still need a few ingredients.
Fafnir wants his room.
You want your
So
room?
once the guy comes back and we get like a good price for the ship or whatever, we could probably ask them to build more rooms.
Good. Fafnir wants the build room to himself.
Wait, you guys we're building on to what? This ship?
No, our other
we have
ship.
a bigger ship.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm a shipwright, so I could just sort of do that. I mean, if you pay me.
Well, we gotta. Wait. You can actually build.
That's what shipwrights do. They build.
Is that with like less money used, or
I think it's
like
less
how
money
long?
used.
How long would it take you to
I think
build a room?
Curtis might actually do something like that.
I think you gotta. This is
Out
a
of
demon
out of
question.
character, my background, I have the shipwright background, and so I'm assuming that as long as I have materials, I could at least lessen the gold cost of getting those built.
Yeah, that would be good.
But that'll be up to Crash.
So he should build at cost since we saved his life.
Well, yeah, we'll talk to you. I guess we'll do more, learn more about you in a bit. But the ingredients I need still is I need fairy wings finely diced, and I think I didn't get the papaya seeds yet.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I have papaya seeds, I have children's teeth, I have purple carrots. So we need the fairy wings, and we need a shell of a recently slain crustacean under the effects of a magical darkness spell.
What is this for?
I need to make a potion which will let us basically let us get through the sandstorm that is on Dusty Desert Island. But we actually haven't told you about any of that, so we can talk about that.
This is out of character. Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk about that in the tavern later.
Gotcha. Children's teeth.
I mean, probably something like that. I don't know if you'd find it here. Maybe we'd have to go to like a trading hub for like.
We rescue some children.
Well, no, we have the children's teeth.
Yeah, we already have children.
We have a story for you of how we got that.
It sounds fucked up, and I haven't even heard.
Where did I go?
Oh, we also have to hear that riddle that Diodario got.
Diodario, yeah. So much to do, so little time.
And who knows, maybe this princess here is gonna give us something crazy.
I don't want to do any of her quests. She's a mean-spirited lady.
I like her.
Like what now?
You like everyone.
She's hot.
Who did I? Oh, did we get a picture of the fire genasi lady?
So punny. Yeah, she's.
We have her token, but not an actual picture.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Hello, Citrine. Hello, giant Citrine.
Go away. Go away.
Gargantuan Citrine.
All right. Break's over. Everybody back?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I am.
All right, cool. So, you guys are essentially set loose back in the town of Goatshead. To give you a little bit of background on it, new person. Let's see. So Firegrass Island is called the last bastion of freedom. Its only real notable settlement is Goatshead, which is where you guys are right now. The dominant races here are assorted Genasi and also Valorians. They kind of work together to patrol the southern parts of the Shackles, and while they are all pirates and they are all chaotic neutral murder hobos, they have one rule, and that is slavery bad. So it's pretty simple. Inside the Walleye's Rum Room, which is essentially the city hall of their town, located near the southern docks, there is a big wall-sized ledger, not ledger, poster, plaque kind of thing, and it just says, "No laws nor lords. Everyone is his own master. We are the last bastion of freedom." And it is signed by 3 shaky X's, a testament of the founding trio of captains who initially started the small nation of Firegrass Island. So you're basically looking at a chaotic neutral settlement that somehow manages to stay standing after 70 years. So it still works. No one's really sure how, but it does. For the most part, there are 3 acting captains. Currently, those 3 acting captains are Bentbeak Charney, who you've met, Sweet Willahim Poor, who you've met, and then Dancing Darla Madial, who you have not met, but you may have heard of in conversation. Only one of the captains is ever required to be in port at a time, and the general feel of the town can change according to who is the acting captain. Generally, Bentbeak Charney has a reputation for being a bit of a party animal. So when he is running the town, the laws are a lot looser. There's a lot more fighting, a lot more friendly murders, question mark. Maybe they would be accidental killings and not really murders. But it definitely leans towards the most chaotic neutral end of the spectrum. Willahim has a reputation for being a bit abusive of the rules. So it's like if you had older siblings when you were younger and one of them was maybe corrupt and mom and dad put them in charge and they became king of the castle kind of thing. That's sort of Sweet Willahim's MO. So when he is in charge, he starts to treat the town more of like, I am the king and this is my fiefdom kind of thing. And then I guess the most balanced and goodly of the 3 is Dancing Darla. So when she's in charge of the town, that's pretty much when all the restoration efforts are put in to make up for the other 2 guys running the settlement into the ground. So that's kind of what you know of it. And you pick up very quickly that someone of your heritage is going to probably have a rougher time here than most, since your race is renowned for slavery, and this is an anti-slavery establishment. So it would probably be a good idea not to wander around alone. Definitely keep some tough-looking people with you. Or if you have the ability to be disguised as something else, you may want to do so. You very kind of quickly are piecing that together.
All right.
All right. So I guess I'm just going to go like round robin real quick and figure out what you guys are trying to do. We're going to assume that your negotiations took a couple hours. You got back around noon. You got the ship settled. So we're heading into like late afternoon, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon right now. So Claximus, what are you trying to get up to here in the afternoon hours?
Tavern.
Tavern. Okay. You just going to hit up Walleye's Rum Room, or are you going to look for a different one?
No, the one that we've always been hitting up.
Okay, yeah, so that would be Walleye's Rum Room.
Just
gotcha.
Have fun, stuff like that. Before I go, though, I turned to Sandara, and I was like, because you are my friend, I hand over Chipper Zane's skull. I will let you put him to rest with a religion that he wants, but that's only because you're my friend.
Okay. She looks really, really serious when you say that, and like little text appears on the screen and says, "Sandara will remember this," and she takes the skull from you.
All right. And then I turned to Shivaka and I was like, "Let's go drink."
All right. Shivaka kind of whispers to you, "Have I ever shown you that I can drink through my skin?"
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I'm about to show you how fucking awesome it is. They're gonna fill a fucking bathtub with this shit.
All right, so the two of you head off. All right. Yeah, you roll up into Walleye's room at like 4:00 in the afternoon, and you just start throwing copper, silver and electrum pieces everywhere, and it's just VIP treatment and Mad Baller all night long. So, you are surprised that Anime Priestess from earlier is there at the rum room, and seeing your display of wealth, she comes to greet you, and of course remembered you from before.
Hey, yeah, it took me a while to get back because I had to go save my friends, and then we had to take down a slaving rig. But now I'm back.
I see you have a great amount of wealth to spend. I perhaps can show you some things to spend it on.
Definitely.
All right.
It all gets put into a church.
There's many types of religion in the Shackles. So yes, you fill her tithing box with donations.
Innuendos.
Yeah, with innuendos, yeah. All right. So, that's happening. I would say I was thinking, this is how weird my life is. I was thinking in the car when I was driving. I was like, man, Klaxman's trying to mac on this like anime priestess, but he a crab man. I was like, that's kind of weird, right? And then I'm like, no, Mass Effect. And I was like, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I was like, if Shrimp Bro can be tapping that shepherd ass, I'm pretty sure Klaxmas has an equal amount of chance with his cross-species pollination efforts. So, whatever. Mass Effect. Anyways, all right. Annalora, what are you getting up to?
I would also probably be heading towards the tavern.
Okay.
But I'd like to take Sandara and like Carolina and
Okay.
the crew with me.
Sandara kind of leans on her tippy toes and whispers to you, "Hey, why are we bringing the fucking kid?"
Just because I didn't want to leave her alone.
Oh. She kind of side eyes the other little girl and just kind of like shakes her head. You know how I feel about children.
I did want to talk to you about that later.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get you drunk. I think we're all gonna get drunk.
No, if this is about me being in a tiny, flat-chested body, I mean, I don't know what else there is to talk about. I mean, I'm alive, and that's what matters. I can continue Besmar's mission in the Shackles, and, I mean, it's like a haircut, right? They'll grow back, and she kind of like plays the drums on her itty-bitty titties.
Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure how you were feeling about that, because I know how much you like them.
I don't feel like a kid. I feel, I don't know, done. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Like you feel like yourself, right? Nothing's different.
Well, I mean, it's different. Like everything's bigger. Like that's happening.
But yeah, I think you can still live like you did before. Just maybe cut down on the bedroom fun. That might be a little difficult.
Well, I'm thinking maybe for like Squall's sake, I should, because it feels like anybody that I get involved with gets killed lately. So.
Yeah, I wanted to drink over that.
Yeah, we'll talk. Jack was the best of us, for sure. So at least he died to something exciting. He always worried that he'd have a boring death.
I feel like the last few months that he's been with us has probably been some of the most exciting times of his life.
I can drink to that, for sure. I do have to bury this real quick. And she kind of shows you the skull of Chipper Zane.
Ugh, yeah, go ahead.
He was so brave. I kind of thought there was something going on there, you know?
That's why he died.
He he was one of the first to
Like, you weren't in the ship, okay? Like, the boat, the jolly boat, when we rowed it out to, like, to the Sea Ghost, he, like, turned to Bubbles, and he had, like, these tears in his eyes, and he was basically like, Bubbles, something, something, redemption, something, something, try again. And then Bubbles was crying, and then they were, like, holding each other, and they were, like, crying against each other, and then Bubbles was like, anything's possible, dude. And then he was just like, you really think so? And then Bubbles was like, I do. I love you. It was crazy. And I was like, in that moment, I started crying, and I was like, they're gonna kiss. But they didn't kiss, but I don't think they ever got a chance to, you know?
yeah. You know, I feel like he really was working towards that redemption story, and he was definitely becoming a good person. And it's a shame that the captain may never realize his love for Chipper.
I think it's the captain's place to just be alone.
Yeah, maybe we don't talk to him about that. He'll give him some time.
Sure. Okay. So you guys head off to the tavern. Bubbles Jr., what are you doing?
Oh, I'm going to the tavern. I'm gonna
Okay.
bang as many people as I can.
Oh yeah, well I mean you're rich and you're dropping money like there's no tomorrow. So they just line the whores up. So,
I just want to make a note that he
Pirate
said as
game.
many people.
Oh no, yeah. Bubbles is equal opportunity from what I've understood. So yeah,
he doesn't care.
they line them up, they stack them up. They march them through like the whole deal. So
There's a line outside his door.
you're gonna want to hit Sandara up tomorrow for a remove disease spell. Lesser restoration for sure. But it's all good. Anything else that you're hoping for, or do you just spend that plunder and enjoy yourself?
If I can get any information on the Dusty Desert,
Okay. Do you ask each whore in turn about the Dusty Desert?
Yeah, I mean they deal with a lot of people, so yeah.
More
You're mid hump, and you're just like, so.
You ever hear of the Dusty Desert?
Yeah, like some of the people think you're referring to their sex organs, and they get really insulted. So that didn't go over too well. Go ahead and give me a investigation, because there is no gather information in 5th edition. You could do intuition or investigation. Or I guess in this one you could do. I guess you could do persuasion to see if you could talk the information out of them. So any of those 3 could be used. Oh yeah. You do eventually hear from one person. It takes all kinds to make the world go round. So as you are delivering the monkey goods to like Hooker 17 or whatever, an elderly gentleman, a fire Kanasi, so it's very spicy. He just says, oh yeah, lad, I've hold on, let me switch position. I've heard of the Dusty Desert Island. It's a mythical place, what you can only find if you've got special fey abilities. Yeah, it's connected to the place they call the Fey Wilds. And last I heard, the whole place was taken over by evil Fey, goblins or something like that. Not like regular goblins, but like fairy goblins. Yeah, and so that's pretty much all he had to offer, but it does confirm what you did hear from other people.
All right.
All right. All right. Fafnir, on your pretty woman shopping spree, what are you up to?
I love that. Fafnir's going to be doing a few things.
Okay. This woman, by the way, unchecked, will spend all of your money.
That's why Fafnir keeps it on him and not with her.
Right.
The first thing Fafnir is going to do is go to a shop that sells anything for cleaning.
Cleaning, just cleaning in general?
Yes, he's going to buy supplies for his room.
Oh, yeah, there's a general goods store for sure. Yeah.
So that's he does that, but he also explains why he needs them and the story of the whole Kraken and what.
Oh, to kind of spread word of what happened. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I dig it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this would be a performance check, or a deception check if you're in,
Oh
kind of
no!
adding to
So
it, or a
Fafnir,
persuasion check.
Fafnir is not about adding on to anything.
Okay, yeah,
It
so
is,
it'd be one
there
of
was a
those
Kraken.
three. Yeah,
One
it'd be
of
one
us
of those
died.
three.
You said performance or persuasion?
Performance, persuasion, or deception.
Oh man, well they're all the same.
Okay. Okay. Strange
He's just
creature
talking
from
at
the
them.
north. Yeah, they're just like, oh yeah, Kraken. That's great. You said you needed soap and brushes then.
Big broom brush. Yes.
Oh yeah. And they're getting you all the stuff that you need, and they're just like agreeing with everything you say on your story because
And
you
then
got
I
a lot
just
of
throw down the gold or whatever it is. Like, there you go.
She looks at the gold that you've set down and looks
Not
at
all
you,
of it, obviously.
and she says, when are we buying the stuff that I need?
2 more trips, and then we go for you. Actually,
Alright.
technically, it's 1 trip, and then you're tied into it, so that's fine.
Okay, so then you get all that supplies, and then
I'll have that dropped. Nah, I'll just carry it.
you just carry everything. Okay, so they
I'm
give you
strong.
like a little cart, essentially, because you.
Oh,
bought
this
so
is
much
fine.
Yeah.
You can sit in cart while I pull this around. That's work.
She
Like-
looks like insulted at you, but looking
No.
at the streets that are just lined with like rotten fruit husks and piles of shit and like fish bones and stuff, she gets in the cart.
It's big cart. You're fine.
All right.
And then I'll go to the second stop is going to be the magic shop.
Okay. Oh, where the orc lady, sorry, the
Yeah.
Faveld, so Faveld is
No, it's
located.
fine. She's half orc. It works.
Yeah.
Faveld is weird to say.
All right. So let's see. Maybe in Fafnir's homeland, the orcs aren't extinct. So.
Maybe not. Who knows?
Okay. Yeah. So that is the very strange lady in the marketplace. There we go. There's the marketplace. I don't know if we need to switch over to the marketplace map or not.
Theater
Yeah,
of the
okay.
Mind is fine for me.
All right. So, yeah, you head into her shop. She's there with her punk rock haircut and her long elf-like ears and her little orc-like tusks and her light green skin. And she says, "Oh, hello there. The hour is getting late. You come at the sun setting."
I know what Fafnir wants.
Ah.
Fafnir knows what Fafnir wants. He's
I
gonna
have
look and
seen
see
you
if that.
before. You are
if-
the dragon.
Yes. Do you still have that axe? The large one you said was supposedly very light.
Yes. It is pricey. You have the money.
I don't know. How much is it?
All right. Let me look up her inventory real quick. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to find a list of stuff. Let's see. Sorry, there's so many notes for this campaign because it's like branches out over so much area. Ah, here we go. Goatshead shopping. All right. You purchased a tankard of sobriety already.
And he's gonna if somehow it comes up, he'll also mention how they brought in the snake lady.
So are you
Captain, the snake eyes.
referring to the great axe that
That
is
was
the
guarded by a golem or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Like
Cause
Fafnir went to go and pick it up to see how it was, but the golem was like, "You can't do that, buddy."
oh, right. Yes, the great axe that was masterwork weapon once belonged to the Aldfair archer, a Briaman, leader of the Council of the Eldritch Sword. That particular axe.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that axe is 18,000 gold. You must have had a very profitable adventure.
No, my captain does not like me.
Oh,
But that is besides the point.
Is
No.
there a captain who would give you 18,000 gold? I would like to join their ship.
Yeah, probably somewhere in the world. Who knows?
Hmm.
Can you price item? That's not the word. Appraise. That's the right word.
She kind of like scrunches up her face and she's like, what item do you have? I will take a
I'll
look.
pull out the weapon of requirement.
Okay.
Just want to know how much it's worth.
She kind of chuffs when she sees it. That is my work.
Oh, well, you are very good at what you do. It is very handy, and I like it.
That was made for the Bentabika Carney.
Oh, well, it was won by the bumbling bosom crew and passed to me.
Oh, I heard about it with the cannons and the people dying.
It was very strange and intense.
Agreed. Sometimes the intensity of death is an important part of life.
Well, Fafnir cannot buy X yet, but he will at some.
But you can definitely try to ask someone for 3,000 gold for this.
Wait, what? Only 3,000? Oh, wait, you're saying for your weapon? No, I'm not selling this. This is a very good weapon.
No, I would not buy it, but you asked me to appraise it, so I think that would be a fair price for you to ask.
It has saved my life. I think it is worth more.
Well then, is there anything else you are needing?
I'll look at Citrine. Did you want anything from here?
I mean, yeah, she wants lots of stuff.
You can pick one thing.
Oh man. All right. Yeah, so she picks out a rapier, non-magical, and a functional pair of fine boots.
That's it? No clothes?
I mean, she's wearing clothes.
Oh, that's right. They gave you clothes. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. That's two things, but I'll let you go for that.
All right. Yeah, so the cost for that comes to 50 gold.
Yeah, he has the money. He was given 200.
Okay.
I don't mean to cut in. Could I have asked Fafnir to just check if the bag of holding is in? Just so I don't have to, roleplay back there.
Thanks for reminding me, because I wanted to ask for one as well. So Fafnir's going to do exactly that. He was like, do you have any bags of holding available or ready? I believe Anna Laura asked for one.
Does the Getro ask for this? Yeah.
What?
The sea elf.
Oh. Yes.
We have it.
Do you have more than one?
No. But I did get a pretty fast turnaround for it.
Can you make another one?
I could try. It would cost the money.
How much?
Let's see. I believe I told your friend. What? 1,000 gold for a bag?
How the hell did Aurora get 1,000 gold? Monkey keeps holding out on us.
Laura, would you have told him how much you had arranged for the price? I mean, this is a pirate town, so they're always trying to rip people off.
Well, I know she did say 1,000. I didn't. I just asked. I would have just asked him to see if the bag was in, but not.
Yeah, the bag
Not
is
buy it
in,
or
and she
anything.
definitely, she definitely wants 1,000 gold for it.
Fafnir will tell Anna Laura for you.
That's good. She have 2 days, and then I sell to the next person on the list.
Okay, I will make sure she knows this.
All right. Cool.
After that, I'm just gonna go around to whatever food shop, drink shop, like pretty much staying away from the bar, and just taking Citrine around.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, after being imprisoned for several days and, having that incident with, pooping herself and being thrown off a boat and, like, being in a scary place with scary people and all that jazz, yeah, she does start to warm up and kind of enjoy your company. And given
Fafnir.
that you are beefy and definitely an oddity, in the area, like, and your reputation for what happened in the arena, they definitely give you a wide berth. So she feels safe around you.
Fafnir is going to, because he doesn't, all he knows about is people up in the north and not like different things. So he's gonna like find and Vikings actually never wore furs, but that's besides the point.
Right.
He's gonna find like a fur something, like
Okay.
a shawl or something, and get
Yeah.
that for her, just cause.
Okay. I mean, being basically immune to heat, she could wear it, and not be discomforted. So.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's pretty nice. It's a nice evening. You have a very nice evening. Lift. What are you getting up to?
So Lift, being a expert with the background of herb, will pull up some fun herbs and light it and smoke it and hand it towards Blondie and say, "Are you ready for of shopping, gambling, and fun?"
She takes a deep drag. Yeah, I mean, just look at her. Oh my god.
She's ready.
That's a venereal disease just waiting to happen. Yeah. She takes a long drag on your medicinal herbs, blows the smoke in your face, and says, "You fucking right, I am."
And that's what I thought. So I'm going to put my arm in arm with hers, and we're going to go skipping down the docks to the market and look for the fruit vendors. And I would like to buy some special seed for Captain Bentbeak that he can enjoy eating. Plus, I'd like to buy some seeds on the side that maybe I can use my medicine herbalism back, make them extra.
Oh, I mean, are you trying to poison Bentbeak Charney? Because this is kind of what it sounds like. No, okay.
No, out of character. I'm basically buying some seeds for him to enjoy, and then a small pouch that I don't know how to compare ecstasy seeds.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. Like he'll be down for that. The equivalent of magic jelly beans. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's down for him.
Yeah, and I'll let him know.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Blondie, who is faithful to Bentbeak Charney every day that they've known each other since the very beginning. You two fornicate your way through the market ward, purchasing things, getting high, and generally having a amazing time.
And spreading the word that we're friends with Bentbeak and these seeds are.
Yeah.
We're all buddies.
Her behavior comes as no surprise to anyone in the town, and apparently this is something that happens often, and nobody's like, "Ooh, I'm telling Bentbeak." It just kind of, it's life.
Excellent.
It's a chaotic neutral pirate town. So
that covers the shopping.
All right.
Now the gambling. Lift would like to try out something new, which is something I'd like to find somewhere that they race creatures.
Okay. Yeah, like a town like this, they're all about finding different ways to gamble, and they do crab races for sure.
So Lift would like to try to double up his measly amount of funds. Well, not double up, but his personal funds, which is about 60 gold on a
Sure.
crab race. So
All
I would
right.
like to use my creature spell,
You broke up a little bit. Your what?
summon creature spell,
Okay.
to summon something fitting for the race.
Okay. That would be a crab.
Okay.
All right. All right. Do you have some plan to juice this crab? Like, what makes you think that your summon crab is going to be better than these competitive racing crabs that they have here?
I'm not sure. It's a fake crab, so I'm hoping I have some slight advantage.
Okay. Okay.
So a CR2 crab.
CR2 crab. Okay. So it's a big boy. It's a big ass crab.
It is.
Yeah, so definitely in the area near the arena, like out in like the courtyard area out front. That's where they've sort of set up the track, as it were, to race crabs, and people have brought their crabs for racing. They are normal crabs.
Mhm.
Using your druidic magic, you essentially take what would be a pretty big crab and you try to like squeeze it into like a normal sized crab package. But it's like the swollest crab. It's like Larry the Lobster from fucking SpongeBob. Like as far as like how beefcake this crab is. And you're gonna enter it into the race.
I will. Hopefully,
All
my
right.
animal handling makes us happen.
Yeah, so what we will do is you will roll an animal handling with advantage because your crab is juicing, to be sure. And assuming you get a 20 or higher, you will have won the race. Otherwise you would come close to it. So that being said, it's a crab race, so the wages aren't too high. You could probably get away with betting maybe like 25 gold or so if you really wanted to try to like nose that pot up a little bit. It would be like a deception or a persuasion to kind of convince everybody like that they should bet higher.
25 is fine.
Okay, so you double your money, and so you walk away with quite a bit. Unless you wanted to try and bamboozle them, then you could try to go for more than double your money. So basically, make your crab look like lame and infirm, or like mentally ill or something. So like, it's just like foaming bubbles everywhere and like
Oh,
flopping
God.
around. Like, so it's up to you if you want to try to push it. You could walk away with the 25 profit, no sweat. But you could also see if you could bamboozle more money out of these rubes. Are you happy with what you got, or do you want to try to have your crab essentially fool them?
Lift is not happy. He's been having so much fun. He tried.
Okay. So this would be a deception check. Your friend is willing to assist you. So using her ample charms and her local prowess, she will try to help you. But ultimately, a lot of people are like,
Aye, something wrong with his crab. It's foaming up something fierce. It's flopping around like a flapjack it is.
and then other people are like,
Aye, but look at them muscles. It's bursting at the seams. It's like a miniature Claximus it is.
and so unfortunately, nobody kind of buys into your ploy that your crab sucks. They identify the crab as going to be a contender, and you end up just getting double your money. So, but you
Understood.
you didn't flub it to the point that they're calling you a cheater or anything else like that.
Blondie, that was fun though.
Yeah. So she seems to be having a legit good time. So that's pretty cool. Anything else from Lyft?
The last thing is, are there any medical kits for sale?
Oh yeah. And medicine kits are like 5 gold. Honestly, every person should have a a medicine kit on them. Because my not Skull and Shackles, sorry. My Saltmarsh game, Sunday mornings, it was almost a TPK, and the sole survivor had to spend like 3 rounds trying to stabilize her allies, as they all had to play the "Do I stabilize myself" mini game, and it was so stressful. And if she had had like a medicine kit, she could have just auto stabilized everybody and not worried about it. So
Excellent. So I'll get my medicine kit, and then we're
Mhm.
going to spend the rest of our night in the pleasure house, and I will
Okay.
cast Restoration at need.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So that brings us to Chicane. So Chicane, what are you getting up to in this town? What's your plan here?
So I go to go off the boat that
Mhm.
we're on and notice all of the not very friendliness happening
Yeah.
because of my heritage. So I turn around and I go back onto the boat.
Mhm.
And then Chicane's gonna look around a bit and he's gonna be like, I wonder how decent this ship is. And so he's gonna look around and see about. He heard the rest of the crew talking about how they have another boat
Mhm.
and how they might want to cannibalize this one. So I'm gonna spend my night sort of analyzing the ship
Oh,
and
okay.
seeing what sort of things could be cannibalized.
Yeah, so for background, what did you end up selecting?
Shipwright.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you don't even need to roll any checks. You take a look at the ship, and other than being filthy, absolutely disgusting, this woman and her crew did not take very good care of sanitation on the ship. And it has an abundance of rooms. It's like really crowded with rooms. You're not sure why they would build so many rooms on this fucking ship. Most ships have a more open air feel. This ship just has so many cramped rooms, which seems good if you're pretending that the ship is a dungeon. It seems really dumb if you're trying to actually have like a functional vessel, where you need to get around quickly and access things quickly and all that kind of stuff. And that's why a more open air ship is better. Now, the ship itself, though, beyond the sanitary things and beyond the weird additions of like interior walls and stuff like that, is a very good ship. Um, you you assess that its market value, if it was in pristine condition, cleaned up real nice, and the bilge was like basically drained and then filled back up, um, you could probably get it would probably sell for about 8,000 gold if it was in good shape.
Okay, I'm gonna spend the rest of the day just sort of tidying the ship up then.
Oh, okay, nice. Seeing that you're doing this, some of the less rowdy crew people, and some of the newer crew members, they kind of follow your lead and ask for directions and how they could help, wanting to essentially prove their worth to Captain Bubbles so that maybe they could find a place on the ship or a better place on the ship. Um, some of the people, two of the people, make conversation with you and explain that they were. I think it's actually three people. Explain to you that they were rescued by the crew of the Bubbling Bosom from an Undine, or as they call her, an Undini. And they kind of give you sort of a little tale of their woe, that each of them came from their own ship and they got shipwrecked, or they got washed overboard, and then this Undini came and basically rescued them, but then like into a life of like fairy slavery, and she would like feast upon their life essences while also making love to them and making them like her prisoners. And anyways, then the Bumbling Bosom crew showed up, and they shot their friend Greg and blew off his head. But then they liberated the remaining three of them from her clutches, and blah 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 blah. So they kind of fill you in. So yeah, so you kind of get stories from people that this crew has sort of a tendency to despite their, I don't know, their weirdness. They do have sort of a history now, of a short history of liberating people and like helping people. So there is that. They're just as rowdy and bloodthirsty as anyone else. You hear a story about how they accepted the surrender of some slavers, and they were bringing the slavers to town, and they like executed them on the way back to town, essentially. Like, you know, knocked them out and then turned them in as prisoners after sort of deceiving them that they would be okay. So they're definitely scoundrels, and they're definitely a bit bloodthirsty. You also hear a story about how they couldn't decide on a name for the ship. So they decided to have a fight, and they split into two teams, each team representing one of the names, and they started fighting it out. And this is in a place called Rickety Squibs. And at one point, things got a little out of hand, and the once big-breasted cleric essentially blew off the head of their acting captain, which kind of put the whole thing to a halt. And then they didn't use either of the names that they fought for. And yeah, like, so this crew's definitely been through some crazy stuff. Yeah. And so they have a lot of history, and you start to kind of catch up on that as you kind of work on the ship. And it does feel good to be free of your shackles and to be doing the thing that you essentially have trained to do, you know, the thing that you that kind of defines the life that you used to have. So so that's nice. And so you could kind of consider that you've sort of befriended through this some of the NPCs as well that make up the crew. Alrighty. So the night passes. Everybody, you wake up, eggs for breakfast situation, a weird kind of porridge, they inform you, that is made from mashed up starfish, and they sprinkle fruit on it, and sort of like a jelly, and it actually tastes pretty good. And you see that the starfish in question are big, like the size of like tires, like wagon wheels, basically. And the secret here is they chop off like one or two legs from these things, and then throw the rest back, and therefore they always have like a steady supply of them, on account of them regenerating and stuff. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. So starfish porridge with jelly and eggs is your breakfast. Of course, rum or grog to drink, because you never drink water. That's crazy talk.
May Fafnir interject?
Sure.
During the night, Fafnir was going to see if Citrine would tell him about herself.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So,
And
you
he
had a-
would. It would be probably awkward because he would probably take her to the bilge first so he could start cleaning and making it
okay.
actually look presentable for himself. Nobody
Okay.
else. It's for him.
Yeah. So this
But he's
this
cleaning,
woman does
like,
not have a
hardcore
lot of
cleaning.
experience with cleaning.
Oh,
She
no.
does have experience with watching other people clean.
He would like, so Lift's hammock that he set up in that Lift set up in there, he would just say like, you can sit there for now.
Okay, so absolutely disgusted, because the bilge is the septic tank of the ship. Yeah, she
That's
sits
why
in-
Fafnir's going ham on it.
Yeah, so she sits in the hammock and she watches you. Your kindness and your willingness to spend money on the equipment that she needed and whatnot. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check with advantage to see if she is willing to discuss things. Okay.
He's very blunt, so.
Yeah, so she seems reluctant to discuss anything really personal about herself at this time. She's not, she doesn't like storm off or anything like that. But she basically just says, I'm not really ready to discuss that. I trust you, and I'm thankful for your kindness, but I'm fearful that some of your associates might get ideas, and I don't.
Ideas?
Yes.
Like what?
I just don't want to end up in the same situation that I was in. Do you follow me?
We don't like slavery.
True,
As
but
in for some strange reason, we were going to turn. Here's one event. We caught a whole bunch at one point, and we're going to turn them in. But then, for whatever reason, the captain decided to murder them all.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bloodthirsty and like people with no honor. And
But they were slavers.
That's true. Punishing the vile curs for their crimes.
And I'm pretty sure we would have killed all the slavers on the ship that you were on, except that Bent Beak Charney wanted a big to-do about Captain Snake Eye.
She's a pretty vile woman, if you could call her that.
Yes.
I just,
You do not have to speak about anything you do not want to.
Why don't you speak?
Could listen.
You are a strange creature. I read about you in books.
Fafnir will tell you about all of the sagas of the North.
You people come from the frozen islands far to the north, past the massive hurricane that divides the South Seas and the North Seas. How would you have even gotten here?
I was on a raiding ship.
Your ship must have gotten very lost.
Very. And very dead. Most of them dead. I'm not sure what happened to the rest of them.
Yeah, she seems sad for you when you say that.
It is the way of my people, though. We are very waterborne, as it were. Even though we can't swim very well, or, breathe underwater. I like the water, which is why, even though the crew, when I asked them for a room, they gave me the bilge as a room, as a joke, I think, to make themselves laugh. But it is close to the water, the closest to the water. So as long as I clean it up, make it look nice, and take care of it, the ship one will run slightly better, I think, and also it is a nice place for me.
Okay. She kind of like nods at your words and makes sort of a gesture of allowance, kind of at your words.
But you asked about the stories of the North, and so I will go on about all the essential the Norse stories.
Norse mythology reskinned with some dragonborn flavor. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. And she listens, and she is content. So.
And I'm gonna pretty much spend the whole night cleaning the ship.
All right.
Or the bilge, and killing all the rats and everything that should not be there for me.
Aw, you would kill these sweet babies
yes.
that live in the...
Absolutely.
Oh, man. These sweet babies right here, you would kill these? Okay.
Oh, he would actually probably, save those for Claximus to eat later.
Yeah, the tails are particularly good eating.
He would kill them and shove them in a bag, and probably tell someone who, one of the random crew members, go put this in Claximus' room, say it is from...
All right. So, anyone else have anything that they do in the nighttime? Otherwise, we will fast forward to morning, and you guys can figure out your next move.
Is Gree there? Shark Man?
Yeah, Big Shark Man is there. It's been
talk.
several days since the death of Slim Shady, and he's gotten some grief counseling in the form of alcoholism. So he's kind of putting his life back together.
I extend a hand and I offer him a place on our ship.
Oh wow. Okay. You are talking about this fellow right here.
Yep.
All right. He recognizes you. Is there any build up to this, or do you just is that it? You just walk up and you're like, you can be on our ship?
Well, there was some build up just a long time ago. But
okay.
Yeah, just like me buying him drinks, asking him how he is, how he's doing. Talking about the fight.
You have a bit of a report. Oh, okay. So you tell him about the fight you had. All right. What? So give me either a performance or a persuasion check. And you have been building up to this, so go ahead and take advantage on it because you and Gree have quite a history.
All right.
Yeah. Gree likes the sound of the story that you are telling. And for the first time, he kind of rumbles forth words. I think that's actually the first time that you've met him that he says words. And he kind of like, it's like someone that isn't used to talking a lot. And he just says,
Do you think Gree could have such adventure?
Hell yeah.
and he kind of slowly nods, and he gets like a big, like, shark smile on his face.
Gree been on land long time. Fight weaklings to make friend happy. Friend gone now. Gree ready to return to the sea. I accept.
Clasp his hand and I buy him around.
All right.
Welcome to the bumbling book.
You have recruited Gree. Gree is Gree is not a barbarian. He's just a 5th level beefcake. So yeah.
New class
I give
beefcake.
the thumbs up to Bubbles, that like he taught me.
Okay.
You know, and then I finish the night with putting, doing the Spider-Man hey thing, to Shivaka,
Okay.
and then like point upstairs.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Okay. Cool. Shivaka is down for whatevs. She is very happy to have survived Slaver side quest without being held accountable for her past crimes, and is eager to get the hell out of here because when you're a former slaver, hanging out in the capital of slaver killers is a very nerve-wracking experience. But she does demonstrate that she can, in fact, get drunk through her skin. So that is a real thing. 'Cause frogs. All right. So anyone else have any evening activities?
Well, I'm gonna check around the tavern and see if anyone has fairy wings. Apparently, just in their pockets or something.
Just in their pockets. All right. You would definitely. Oh man. Yeah. Let's go Lauren's route with this. Just do a high or low. Things have kind of been going your guys' way, so maybe if you make this roll, it can happen. So let's just see. This maybe not necessarily that they would have it, but that they would at least have a lead for you.
Okay. You want a D100 or?
Or you just call out, high or low, then you roll a d20, and if you call high, you need to get an 11 or higher.
High.
Okay. Oof. All right. So yeah, you barely make that high low, but you do hear that.
Oh, you're looking for fairies, are you? Like, with the wings and the curses and changing into animals and all that.
Aye, the little ones that flap around all the time.
Aye, do they have to have wings? Because there's an island nearby what's have twingas. You heard of twingas?
No, please tell me what they are.
So a twinga is it's like a small person, what has a mask on that makes a noise like a maraca. Here.
And he takes his knife and he looks over at the bartender, making sure that the Minotaur woman can't see him, and he starts to carve on the table what a chwinga looks like.
And then they have like a little body here, you see. Like this. There you go. And then they're always shaking their head like makes a sound like it's full of beans.
Oh, but you say they have no wings.
No, but they're a fairy, you see.
But it is the wings that I am after.
Ah. That's a tricky.
The guy looks deep in thoughts. Just
Well-
your average sort of water genasi pirate, middle-aged kind of thing. But he looks like he's seen some shit. He's got some scars. He's he's been around the seas.
Well, I'll be honest. Your best bet is to go to lands what don't have a lot of people in them. So, if you were to find some forested or jungled isles, you could go deep into the woods. What you're looking for is mushrooms, you see. They'd grow in a circle. That's how you know you found yourself some fairies.
That's great. Do you happen
Or
to
if
know?
you have enough time and money, you could just go hit up the magic shop. That Favel there can get a hold of anything if you're willing to wait long enough.
I believe we've spent much time here in Firegrass, and perhaps it is time we make our way to someplace else. Do you happen to know any other ports around here that we could make our way to? We've already been to Rickety Squibs.
Oh, that's a terrible place. Just a snake's nest of vile scum and villainy.
Aye, we don't have much desire to go back there.
Let me see. Do you just want the closest locations to where you are now?
Yeah, just like another port city.
Okay. Let's see what we could do. Gosh. The world is so big. Let's see. All right. While I'm looking that up, why don't you guys, over breakfast essentially, discuss your next move? Keeping in mind that in the morning, you do become aware that Chicane in the night and in the afternoon, evening hours, did organize a full-on like cleaning montage of the Sea Ghost, which looks a million times better than it did before. It actually looks like you might be able to like ask a decent amount of money for it, unlike before where it kind of looked like a garbage barge.
Would Chicane have come to the tavern for breakfast, or would you still be at this ship?
I'm not comfortable leaving the ship just because of all the crazy people. Although I guess I did make friends with the
Yeah,
crew.
I
so
think the
if
crew
they
would probably
accompany me,
convince you
yeah.
to come to the tavern for breakfast and, kind of enjoy some of the benefits of that and sort of like,
We've got your back.
and that kind of thing.
Then in that case, yeah, I'd stumble in with some of the crew.
Well, seeing him kind of come in with the rest of the crew and kind of just kind of mixing in with everyone, I would, motion for them to come over and pay for their breakfast with the plunder. So they get the nice big breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
And so the crew has told us that you've been looking at the ship for us.
I mean, I don't know if I was doing it for you. I just didn't really have anywhere else to go. All the people kind of looked at me like, they wanted to kill me when I tried to go off the boat. So I was just sort of keeping myself busy.
Captain, are we planning to leave the island soon? Captain?
Captain, you there?
Claximus.
We're gonna go hunt for the devil fruit.
Yeah, I believe we've stayed at Firegrass Isle for quite a while now, and I am starting to miss the open seas.
I agree with you. I think we've done enough in this town. We've outstayed our welcome. Or more so, they've outstayed their welcome of us.
Are we all together right now?
I'd imagine everyone's like just having breakfast together.
Lift will barge in.
Fafnir will ask Citrine if she would like to accompany them. Mostly Fafnir, but they are there anyway.
Yeah, she'll come with you for some decent food.
No, I meant Fafnir meant on the trip to find whatever sea thing.
Oh,
They're
well,
weird.
She looks around at the state of this community, and decides that this is probably not a safe place for her to be. And she looks at your guys' crew and sort of chooses the lesser of two evils and agrees to accompany you.
Is this your new roommate?
Fafnir never said he had a roommate.
I guess this is your new roommate.
Why do you all keep doing this to Fafnir?
Oh, you invited her. She's your roommate now. Now we can get Lift, and he can be roommates with somebody else.
Lift comes in late and says, "We need to leave quickly. I had a great night last night. I'm not sure that we stopped at a chapel. I don't know if I'm married or not to Blondie."
Do you have a ring on your finger, Lift?
I have a ring on my finger.
I had things stolen from me, but I sent her home with a bag of nuts and seeds.
I'm not sure if you're being, sarcastic or serious.
Lift is white. He is serious.
All right. Perhaps we should take our breakfast to go then.
All right, so you guys are gonna roll out. What are you gonna do with this extra ship, though?
We're gonna sell
we? Yeah, we're selling it first. We're just gonna hide Lift on the ship.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So they will try to lowball you for the ship, for sure. They'll probably try to offer you half what it's worth, so they'd start the negotiations at 4,000.
Fafnir will make sure to have an Allura or someone mention the fact that they brought in the Captain Snake Eyes with Willem Willem praising us and the parrot.
Yeah, no, I mean this offer, the low ball of 4,000 is coming from essentially the captain's estate. So Wilhelm and Charney are going in together on this offer. Like they
want it.
Yeah, they are interested in the ship. Like
no, Fafnir has nothing to say about that.
And they're offering you guys 4,000 for it. 4,000, they'll give you it in plunder or in gold. It'll be yours within the hour if you accept the 4,000.
Within the hour is actually pretty nice. Captain, what do you say?
On Allura.
I don't think he's back, but Team Huddle.
Yeah, let's have a huddle.
Within the hour.
And then I point at Archelaxian. I don't remember his name yet.
Chicane.
No, Chicane in the Team Huddle.
Hey,
yeah, sure.
Citrine into Team Huddle.
No, not you in Team Huddle.
Too late.
God damn it.
Okay, Citrine shrugs and she joins the huddle, and Mini Sandara, who is already in the huddle because she's been in the huddle since session 0, she's just like, what the fuck is she doing here?
It's just like a 10-person huddle now. Like, why are we huddling?
It's kind of ridiculous.
We're making her
like it's a circle.
Let's make a decision.
Well, I mean, if I'm in it,
we need to make a decision
too, right?
Anyway,
before my maybe wife gets here.
Hey,
so
Claxmus drops his claw down.
We have to decide gold or plunder.
Also, I feel like we're taking advantage of the fact that the captain whored his way through the night and is probably physically unable to attend this meeting. I just
sucks for him, doesn't it?
I turn to Chicane. You are familiar with this ship?
Yeah.
What do you? I don't know that this is a low ball offer.
8,000? It's worth at least 8,000, and they want to just give us 4,000 for it? And she like slams her tiny fist into the table.
Oh, that was adorable.
It wasn't adorable. It was fucking cool.
I'll 6K.
We can definitely
Mm.
try, but I don't believe we could do much negotiation without the captain. We can see if we can get a bit more, but getting the money right now within the hour is
We could
It's
probably
quite
do
tempting.
6,000
After
within the hour.
hearing,
Hey,
after
we
hearing,
cleaned the
we're
ship
gonna
real
see if
good.
we can get a bit more. I'm
The
gonna
thing
duck
is,
out of the huddle and start walking over to the captains.
Okay,
On
well-
Allura,
Yeah, the two captains, the free captains that run the town. They have sent their representatives to handle this kind of thing.
Okay, so I will
yeah.
talk to the representatives then.
Okay, so it is the cleric of Besmara, lady cleric of Besmara. She appears to be sort of a spooky, almost ghost-like genasi. Some genasi are from the para elementals and not just the 4 traditional elementals. So she actually is a smoke genasi. So she is sort of the negative elements of fire. So she definitely has like a very spooky vibe to her. And then there is the Raven dude, which D&D terms would be a
Kinku, right?
yeah, Kenku, yeah. And so they see you approach, and the Kenku in its silks and everything kind of nods at you, and then the woman, she also kind of like nods as you approach, and she kind of has like a knowing smile on her face, and she says, "So 4,000 isn't enough? You want 6,000?"
And I'm just gonna sort of lean in and not like broadcasting this out to
Mhm.
everybody, just sort of not whispering but not talking loudly either.
Yeah.
Like, listen, okay, you see me? Yeah, this is a Chilaxian ship. I'm obviously also from there. So I know that this is worth at least, and I'm gonna say 9,000. I know this is worth at least 9,000 gold. So I'll tell you what, you're offering it 4,000. It's worth 9,000. Let's just cut the shit and call it an even 6,000.
Go ahead and do a deception.
oh, I so wanted to be that 20.
Yeah, I saw it. Like it was on that 20, and it was like, burp. And she looks at you, and then you hear your own voice from the shadowy silks say, "Why don't we just cut this shit?" And then the woman kind of chuckles, and she says, "Yeah, the only Chilaxian in all of Firegrass. That is a very dangerous title to hold. How about this? We can still deliver within the hour 5,000 gold in plunder or in coin. Papers of sale, all that taken care of, and you're on your merry way. Why don't you take that information back to your crew? See what they have to say." And then you hear her voice a second time say, "Take that back to your crew and see what they have to say." And it was from the Kenku. 'cause-
Right.
Yeah.
5,000, and we get to keep the ballistas.
Ooh. She kind of like makes like a face like,
We know he has cannons. Why would he need ballistas? We know he has cannons.
You can keep one of the ballista.
2. 1 for the front, 1 for the back.
Our assessment says that there's 4 in total. 3 up top and 1 below deck.
On
Right.
the ship, there were 4 on top.
Oh, really? So there's 5 altogether, and you guys just want 2? That's pretty good. One of you can attempt a persuasion with advantage.
Okay, I'll
Yeah, go for it. Fafnir's just there to look good.
noise.
solid.
Fine. That's fine. Have your pick of the militia, get them off of our ship within the hour.
Right. So, do we want gold, actual coin, or plunder?
We would
Fafnir
like the
prefers
coin.
Our plunder.
Who
Comes
the
a
heck?
sound from the Kenku.
Oh, it was him. Jeez, he scared me.
We would like the coin.
Coin, yeah, coin.
Coin, yes. Fafnir is pleased.
Yes, Fafnir is pleased. Coin.
You hear from below deck.
Coin.
What was that sound? It sounded like the tiny whimpering of someone who is terrified for their life.
All right. That said, do you guys want to liquidate your plunder that you currently have, or do you want to junk up your ship with plunder for now?
Could I liquidate, like, we have like 6.5? Could we liquidate the half? So we get like 500?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Is there something wrong with this town's economy that you don't want to sell your plunder here? Or do you want to keep plunder to keep your crew happy?
Well, I think we want to keep as much plunder as we can so that we could use it in the next port to gain more infamy.
For bartering and stuff like that. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's smart. Yeah.
And I was going to liquidate the other junk over the week because I didn't want to bog out into session.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll do bookkeeping stuff via Discord. All right, so that puts us at the 4-hour mark. Yeah, you guys are in the beefier games. My more recent ones are only 3 hours long. So, but I like Skull and Shackles quite a bit. So, all right. Yeah, a little bit of a town RP fantasy shopping where all your dreams come true. Kind of deal, but also kind of closes out the previous adventure arc and sets you guys up for success moving forward. While you're in a port of call, you can try to buy and sell goods. There is a magical item shop that has a number of goods available. Do you guys have access to that document still?
It doesn't work anymore.
Okay, so oh yeah, you know what? I reorganized my stuff. So I will post that up this week as well. And also remind me, and I will get you the spells from that spell book that you found.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
we
we'll
can do any like bookkeeping stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna see all the junk that we have and sell that, and then maybe we'll divide some of the gold to the players so that they could buy some stuff if we have enough.
Yeah,
Yes,
totally.
Fafnir would like that.
All right. So, all that being said, sounds pretty cool. New person, potential player 6. Before they set sail again, will you be setting sail with them? Is this a game that you'd like to continue with?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. So then, during the week, you guys will just, use Discord channel, figure out your next move. So, again, this is like Sandbox. So if you literally just want to sail around, like looking for random islands, hoping that you find something cool on them, we could do that. If you want to investigate any of your other things, you could totally do that. And I will try to get you like a list of the closest settlements to where you currently are. I was trying to use the Pathfinder Google Maps thing, but it is running like ass tonight. So I'll try to find a... The problem is there's 1,000 islands, and Pathfinder is so detailed that they actually went to the trouble of like labeling all of them. But like sorting through all that information is about as easy as sorting through like a real world almanac of 1,000 island nations. So yeah, I'll try to get a zoomed in shot of where you guys currently are to give you a better idea of what you could check out. So
sweet.
Did you see that crude paint thing I made?
Yeah, of the little chewinga.
It's
No.
pretty awesome.
No, not that.
Oh,
Little boat layout.
Oh yeah, in chat. Do you want me like to Photoshop your map to match that, or do you guys still want some time to kind of dick around with the thing? Because if you have a carpenter and a shipwright on board, you could be making those repairs while you're underway, since they're interior.
I really wanted to add new
yeah.
rooms.
Let's look over it. Do we need 4 rooms?
I mean, we don't need 4 rooms, but I was just thinking like to add rooms would be
Yeah,
nice.
we should add some
Also-
rooms.
Now the
Also
ship that the
the-
ship that you guys currently have, that floor essentially has the potential to be a gun deck. So like you could eventually buy enough cannons, and cannons almost cost as much as ships. They're so pricey. But you could basically fit, I think, 8 cannons on that deck. So you could have a pretty nasty gun deck. But if you install rooms there, then you're not going to be able to use it as a gun deck.
I guess then I don't know. Just
But
I was
I mean, you
thinking-
could always, once you need a gun deck, you could always, essentially bulldoze down the walls that you built and convert it back into a gun deck. I mean, that's the thing. You can change the ship as you go.
that's cool.
Yeah. But all that stuff is stuff to think about. All right.
And
So
I
what
was
map?
thinking
What
about-
map should I return you guys to? Do you want to be on your close-up map of the ship, or do you want to be on your dashboard of the whole area?
The home page, because you made that for us.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you already gave us the layout of the ship. So
Yeah, I already. That's true. I did already send you the blueprints. So, and we'll get rid of this this sweet boy Jack Scrimshaw that you guys rescued from the Grindylow, who then leveled up 5 times when he helped you overthrow Captain Mr. Plug. Rest in peace, sweet boy. Rest in peace. So.
we can bring them back.
Anything's possible. And also, Chipper Zane, let's kill you real quick. All right, there we go. Cool. But hey, you still got Blunder Smith, so there's that.